Oh shit! What's going on? Erica Lynn, Idea, Festa Boy, Candy, Jake, Darth, Merc, what's going on? Fly Paste, what's going on? Fly Paste. I have an hour until we do D&D, man. And I wanted to stream. I've been wanting to play Kerbal Space Program so badly, man. So badly. Dart said, rumors that NASA relied on the sacrifice of thousands of space monkeys for their research. So, I forget the name of the program, but we shot 3 macaques into space, completely pureed 2 of them because we couldn't figure out how to get the parachutes working. I think one of them died. There might have been more than 3. One of them died because we didn't know about pressure. So I think it just suffocated to death. But I think one of them made it. Didn't we have, what's the name of the space chimp we shot into space? We had a chimp in space. I forget his name. Chimp in space. It was the Mercury Atlas V. His name was Enos. Or Ham. Ham, that's the one. Ham the chimp, man. The first ape launched into space, man. The great apes have had their chance, man, and now the Gibbones. Now the Gibbones are gonna fucking ride. What's the name of the group? Gibbon Unlimited. Trees so that we can brachiate in space, man. No no save scumming. No save scumming, man. No save scumming. How many... I know we shot like a bunch of macaques into space, man, and a bunch of them died. I know we shot some turtles up there. Russians shot some dogs. Some fish got sent up there. I think right now there's like ants on the International Space Station or something like that. And now the Gibbones get their turn, man. Now the Gibbones get their turn. Man, can I just say, Kerbal Space Program has some deep, dark, insidious lore. And I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody knows the true extent of the deep, dark, insidious lore that Kerbal Space Program has. I'm looking for a song. No, man, this game has deep, dark, and insidious lore. So the characters, the little characters, that's Gene Kerman, the little tutorial character. Gene Kerman, by the way, is based on, oh, fuck, what's his name? Gene Kranz, who was the flight director for all of the Apollo program, and I think a couple of other stuff as well. A very big kind of figure in NASA. The Kerbal Space Program, the whole program is based on the NASA program, but that's not the only character, right? That's not the only character that is based on someone in real life. Hold on, let me actually back out. Let me save and let me back out. Hold on. If you go to the tutorial, guys, and you play the tutorial, this is deep lore now. We're going into deep lore. If you play the tutorial, there's a little character that builds rockets. That's scenarios, training. This little character's name is Werner von Kerman. Werner von Kerman, man. And if you guys don't know who Werner von Kerman is, or who he's supposed to be based on, there's a real-life figure named Werner von Braun. Werner von Braun? Werner von Braun, who is the rocket guy. He is the rocket guy. He is the guy that built rockets for NASA. This is the first game. But Werner von Kerman, he's based on Werner von Braun. He's the guy that made rockets, right? For NASA. But he didn't start off working for NASA, man. He's actually a German scientist. A German scientist that after World War II got accepted, got brought over to America to work on the rocket program, the NASA program, in an operation called Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip was going to a bunch of German scientists and saying, we will forgive you for everything you did. but you work for us now, and we're just gonna kind of brush everything under the rug. He was one of many German scientists, but this is the guy. This is the guy. He's the guy that invented the rocket. When he worked for Germany in World War II, he invented the V2 rocket. The V2 rocket wasn't an exploration vessel like the Apollo program, the Mercury program. The V2 rockets were like combat missiles that the Germans used to bomb London in World War II. After the war, this guy comes to America, makes really just builds the rockets, man. He is the rocket guy. He is the rocket guy. And all of his crimes are just kind of swept under the rug. But it comes out that he was a German scientist, member of the Nazi party, right? And he tries to go, oh, but I didn't know all the stuff that was going on. You know how I was just a low-ranking guy. But like evidence comes out, man. And it's like really damning evidence that he knew very well that the rockets that he built in Germany were being used by, or being created by forced labor. So this guy in the game is based on like a real life kind of war criminal, man. There's a guy that I absolutely love. Hold on. There's a guy that I absolutely love. His name is Tom Lear. I think that's how you pronounce his name. How do I explain this guy? He's a satirist. He's like the Bo Burnham of the 60s. He's the Bo Burnham of the 60s. And he makes this fucking awesome song on Werner von Braun. And I love this guy. I think this is in the public domain. Yes, this is in the public domain. I can play this on stream. Okay. Let me show you guys this. But just the implication, there was a little Kerbal World War II, man. All right. This guy rocks. I think this was made sometime in the 70s. Apollo 11 landed on 1969,
bombs,
so it would have came after this.
That makes America the world's greatest nuclear power? And what is it that will make it possible for us to spend $20,000 million of our taxpayers' money to put some idiot on the moon?
I love this guy, man.
It was the great, enormous superiority of American technology, of course, as provided by our great American scientists, such as Dr. Werner von Braun. Gather round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. Nazi schmazi, says Werner von Braun. Don't say that he's hypocritical, say rather that he's apolitical. Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun. Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude. like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun. You too may be a big hero once you've learned to count backwards to 0. In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese, says Werner von Braun.
So that's Tom Lehrer. I think that's how you say his name. Love that guy, man. Love that guy. So talented. Ahead of his time. Ahead of his time. I love his songs, man. Funny guy. In I don't know exactly the date, after the Vietnam War. So maybe mid-70s. He retires. He just retires out of the blue. Right? He says, I'm done. I'm retiring. They asked him, hey, why are you retiring? He said, Henry Kissinger just won the Nobel Peace Prize for Vietnam. Satire is dead. I'm not needed anymore. And he just fucking retires. Oh, no, don't crash. Don't crash, please. Okay, we're good. All right. I'll have you guys know, by the way, I'm really good at this game. Like, I'm like really good at this game. Using Gibbon Engineering. I can make it to the moon and back and not even worry about anything, dude. Okay. He's calling bullshit. Candy's calling bullshit, man. But let me show you guys. So I'm starting a new career mode. In career mode, I have a budget. I have to unlock stuff using science. Which means that if I blow up too many times, I can lose. I can, like, truly lose. So this is a little science unit I put on top. That's a parachute. This is the command module. I don't think I have a decoupler yet, which will separate my body from the rocket. So I'm just gonna have to hope that I don't die here. All right, let's change that to white. All right. And this is going to be called the little, what are we calling this, man? We're calling this one the little guy. Little guy 1. Deech! What's going on? What's going on? This is the Gibbon version of the Challenger. Since Gibbons are so much smaller, this is all they need to get to space. All right. Disney made educational films featuring Von Braun. He had an idea for a circular space station that created gravity from inertia. I've actually seen those videos, man. In the videos, he says if we start a space program now, we can have people in space within 10 years, and he was correct. Scarily smart guy, man. Scarily smart guy. Using your... Someone... The idea of someone can actually be a genius right? And that genius can be used for good or it could be used for evil. Is terrifying. Is absolutely terrifying. Einstein, he does E equals MC squared, man. Genius breakthrough. The theory of relativity. And that gets pushed over, progresses into creating the atomic bomb, man. All right. So, as part of the mission, I just have to do I have to get a piece of scientific data, return the vehicle, and then launch it into the air. Okay. This one's the first mission is just a little bit finicky, man. So, we have to do the science. Science. All right. So that's an experiment that's kind of clipped onto the top of my ship there. It's mystery goo. We just see what happens to the goo. And if I recover the ship, if I can recover the module, I get 3 science. Right? I can also transmit the science with an antenna. But I would get a lot less science for transmitting it. It's better if I physically bring the thing back. So we're keeping it. We're gonna have him step out real quick. We're gonna do a crew report. Keep him. All right. Crew report. All right. So we did an EVA report and a crew report. Are we doing any Werner von Braun rituals? Did he do rituals? I haven't heard of anything like that. I don't want anything to do with the guy, to be honest. All right. So we collected a piece of science. We're going to recover it. We're going to get a little bit of science, and then we're going to launch the ship. So we got science just down on the ground. And now we're going to soar up into the sky. So we got 6 science. With 6 science, we can actually buy something. This is going to give us another little science bit. All right. So we're just gonna put we're gonna put it on this, so. It's small enough that I don't think the drag that we're gonna get, the extra drag that we're gonna get for this being on it, is really gonna affect us. So I'm only gonna put 1. Normally you wanna put, 2, 1 on opposite sides, so that, the ship doesn't drag to one side. Drag is very important in this game, in rocketry. If the rocket is not perfectly symmetrical, parts of the rocket will receive drag, will slow down at different rates than the other side. All right, so let's do it. Let's do it. I'm nervous. The game keeps fucking freezing. All right. That's Jebediah Kerman. This is the first. First rocket, man. I got such a stupid little grin on my face, man. We're not even going that high. All right, I gotta collect all the science, man. I gotta do all the experiments before I hit the ground. That way I don't waste any time. All right. I can't evacuate the guy yet. All right, rocket's slowing down. It's reaching the apoapsis, I think, the peak of its ascent, and it's gonna slowly start moving back down. As you can see down here, the relative speed is slowing down, slowing. Once it hits 0, it's gonna start going in the opposite direction, and I'm gonna start falling. Now I'm falling. Now it's increasing downwards. This is a little bit scary because this rocket is pretty heavy. This little bottom part, I can't eject it just yet. So normally rockets have stages where you eject parts of the rocket off as you get higher and higher up, when you no longer need them. I don't have that technology yet, so I'm just gonna have to hope that this parachute works. All right, as long as the rocket doesn't tip over and start pointing downwards, I think I'm good. Oh, fuck it, no! 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 All right, I'm emergency deploying right now the parachute. I didn't want to deploy it this soon. Oh, fuck, it's speeding up! It's speeding up! Well, it's been good knowing him. Oh! Oh, we're good! We're good! Yeah! Kerbal, we have landed. All right. Now we got 35 science, man. We have a lot of science to unlock in the tech tree. So. All right. So we have a bunch of different things we can do. I need basic rocketry. I need that. And then we can unlock one other thing. So, when do I unlock decouplers? Oh, I unlocked one with engineering. I could have actually decoupled already. All right. I want to go for general rocketry because that's what's gonna get us further up into space. But survivability is good. Stability is also good because I'll get decouplers for the side. But we're gonna go with general rocketry for right now. We're just gonna strap a big ass fucking rocket on the bottom of the spaceship and launch ourselves into space, man. So the little tree you saw there is a technology tree. We have to unlock technology with science. All right. So this little piece right here is a decoupler. This, when activated, will allow us to separate the top part of our rocket from this next stupid little piece that we're putting on there. So this won't be falling with us. This is gonna get sent off, fly, crash somewhere in a field somewhere, crush a few little Kerbals, destroy some homes, whatever. We have to have little fins on the bottom to stabilize. All right. So this is a little bit of big knowledge. This is huge brain that not a lot of people talk about, unless you're a little bit, well, you'll know about it if you play the game. But unless you play the game and watch the tutorials, this is not something that will intuitively come to you. So at the bottom, it's very tiny, very, very tiny. But every rocket has a thrust to weight ratio, right? That is how much thrust there is to weight. If it's below 1, there's not enough thrust to push the rocket. If it's too high, you're going to be moving too fast, your rocket's going to heat up, and shit will explode. I like to aim for between 1.33 to 2, depending on kind of what I'm doing. I'm going to aim for 1.33 with this rocket, and we're going to achieve that by limiting the thrust that it actually gives. So right now, we can full send it at 100, but that's going to give us almost a thrust to weight ratio of 3. Way too high. If we lower it down to about a little bit less than half, we can actually get a nice thrust to weight ratio, not go too fast. And this actually, because we're not going super fast, we're not burning as much fuel in the lower part of the atmosphere. As the atmosphere gets higher and higher up, the air gets thinner, right? And as the air gets thinner, your rocket will move through the atmosphere, or lack of atmosphere, easier than if it was at the ground. So this is actually going to save us a little bit of fuel, even though the delta V, that is the amount of thrust, your delta V, even though the delta V stays the same, because we're using more of the fuel in a thinner part of the atmosphere, we should go higher theoretically. All right, so we have a delta V right now of about 2,000 meters per second. Right, of about 2,000 meters per second. If we were in space, it'd be a little bit better. Delta VD's nuts. If we were in space, it'd be a little bit better. We need a delta V of about 3,600 in order to achieve an orbit around the planet. So we don't have enough to orbit, but we should have enough to send us significantly high enough into space that we complete the mission that we're currently on. All right. This is little guy 2 being sent up into space. Godspeed. All right. So normally when you're aiming to do an orbit, you want to start turning early on, but I'm not really doing an orbit right now, so I'm just going to try to shoot straight up into space, just straight up. Fingers crossed that I beat the threshold. I think I need to pass 75,000 meters into the sky in order to break the atmosphere. So I'm hoping this has enough thrust. Let's cue up a little song, man. Oh. All right. We're going. All right, so we need to hit suborbital trajectory, which just means break that 75,000 meter threshold. I'm burning fuel quickly. That's my fuel down at the bottom left there. I'm a little nervous. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. What I'm even more nervous about is if I'm going straight up into space, just directly up without turning, am I going to be coming in too quickly when I'm falling? All right, so I don't have upgrades yet, so I can't actually see the actual height of the arc. Once I get those upgrades, once I start spending money, I'll be able to see it. But I am going pretty high. This is, I think, the lower atmosphere. Once we get past that kind of blue ring, it's the upper atmosphere. I'm breaking it. I'm breaking it. 100% I'm breaking it. Let's turn a little bit just so that we have a little bit of an easier time. Look at the fucking atmosphere burning up. Those little bars right there at the bottom were signifying that that those pieces were heating up. These pieces were heating up and they could have exploded if we kept on going. All right, yeah, we're breaking it 100%. We're breaking it plus some. We're at 65,000 meters. We need to break 75,000. Actually, it was only 70,000 that we needed to break. We did it. I'm gonna eject the other part of the rocket, so that decouples, that gets sent away from us. That's gonna land into the ocean. We're gonna have to recover that with a boat. But hey, that's not my department, man. That's the Navy that's gonna do that. All right, now we're really high up into space. Don't forget, we have to get all our science, man, so that we can keep unlocking stuff. All right, I think I got maybe 30 science from that. I'm nervous, man. Let's arm the parachute. So I'm arming the parachute right now. The parachute will deploy when a minimum pressure threshold is achieved and a certain altitude is achieved. We're fucking soaring, man. That's the moon, dude. We're gonna be there soon, man, soon. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get there because the thing starts, our D&D starts in 20 minutes, man. But it's coming. I got such a stupid grin on my face. I love little space games, and I love Kerbals, man. This is what it looks like to be inside the cockpit, by the way. All these knobs and switches. I can't EVA yet. I can't EVA. I need to unlock the technology to be able to do that. I have to upgrade certain buildings in that little complex you were seeing. I'm so excited for KSP2. So I was nervous that we wouldn't get past 75,000. Right now, we're at 160,000 meters in the sky right now, and we're still rising. I think we might even make it to like 170,000. Let's actually speed up just so that we're not in here forever. All right, now we're falling. Now we're falling. All right, so we're back in the atmosphere. We broke back into the atmosphere. This is where it can get dangerous. So I want to push my ass, the bottom, the biggest surface area on the aircraft, towards retrograde. This is towards the direction that we're falling. I don't have heat shields unlocked yet, so we're just gonna have to hope, and we're gonna have to pray that this doesn't explode. Fuck! All right, keeping the ass retrograde, keeping it retrograde. Nothing's heating up. Oh, fuck, I said that as it started heating up. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think the ship is light enough. All right, we're out of the dangerous part of the atmosphere now. We're out of the dangerous part of the atmosphere. We're slowing down. We're gonna reach... We're going slower and slower. We're gonna land in the water safely. No, dude, don't say bird and gibbon, man. We're landing safely. We're landing safely. We got the samples. We got the crew report. If I land correctly, it'll be a little bit hard to do. Ooh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. Now, if I can lean it this way. But yes, yes. All right. That's our escape hatch. We can eject him. EVA report. We get a little more science. We can get back inside. Yeah, dude. Woo! Oh, no. Every time I load back, it fucking freezes up. I think, I don't know how much science we got. 34 science, man. And we're racking up funds, dude. We started the game with, I think, 30K. We're at 262K right now. Little Kerbin dollars. All right. So, if I go survivability, I'll get the heat shields. I'll get a barometer, which lets me do more science. So we're going to get that. All right. I'm not going to buy anything just yet. Oh, I can get decouplers and I can go into orbit. Oh. Did we do it, guys? Did we go for orbit? I only got 15 minutes. Fuck it. We're orbiting. We're orbiting, man. We're going to go for orbit. 15 minutes? I can do orbit in 15 minutes. All right. So. All right. So with orbit, when we're wanting to go to orbit, we're going to have to be a little bit. We're going to need multi-stage rockets. I think I can do it in a 2 to 3 stage rocket. All right. So right now, we have to build the upper layer. I want to make these white. We have to build the upper layer. So this is the second stage that we're building. We're going to be building it in descending order. This is once we're already in space. Once we're already in space, what we're looking for, more so than just straight thrust, just straight power, is fuel efficiency. We are looking for fuel efficiency more than anything else. And in order to do that, we need a smaller, more fuel-efficient rocket. Because the actual thrust doesn't really matter in space. And in order to do that, we're going to use the Pug. We're going to use the Pug. So far, we've been doing solid fuel boosters to send us into space. Solid fuel boosters just push and push and push as much fuel like as they can out. You can't really control what they do once they're already launching. This is a liquid fuel booster, which means that we can choose how much it propels us forward. We can go up, we can go down, we can kind of move it around. A little bit more expensive than a normal solid fuel booster. Right? We're going to put a decoupler. So now we have 2 decouplers. We have this. It's going to decouple from the first stage once we're sufficiently high enough. And then when we're falling, it's going to decouple again, and it's going to leave us with this top part, which I don't think we need a heat shield for. But I'm doing no save scumming. We're going to put a heat shield on the bottom just in case. I also have to put a barometer on the side. So let's take this. Flip it here. And let's take the barometer. Let's put it here. All right, so we have a heat shield on the bottom. That heat shield is going to protect the rest of the ship from burning up as it re-enters the atmosphere. Okay. So what I'm gonna do on this bottom stage is what most people would do, right, is they would get a radial decoupler. They would get a radial decoupler, they'd put it on the side. They get a solid fuel booster. They'd put that on the side. And how this would work is, as it's going up into space, once these two are empty, they would jettison and fly off the side. I'm not going to build my rocket that way. Instead, I'm going to just strap all of these rockets. I'm just gonna strap them all to the side, just right off the bat. And we're just gonna eject the entire bottom all together, all at once. All right. Don't forget, I want some of this. Do I have... yes, I have the nose cone. All right. All right. So this is where it can get very dangerous right now. We are putting a lot of boost on the bottom of this rocket, and we're going to be going up into space, and shit can go wrong. We are putting a lot of power into this rocket. Let me check my Delta V real quick. I think I feel confident in saying that we may be able to achieve orbit if something doesn't go wrong. But just in case something does go wrong, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an abort sequence built into the rocket. So, ooh, wrong one. Oh, fuck, I don't think I have... Okay, guys. I don't have the ability to put an abort sequence into the rocket. So we're gonna have to hope nothing goes wrong. This is little guy 3 into space. Fuck. I'm nervous. I'm nervous, man. We're going to send... Oh, fuck. If I send Valentina Kerman into space and she explodes, I'm going to be devastated. We'll send Jeb. We'll send Jeb. I want to keep Valentina safe. All right. Let's do it. Little guy 3. We're looking powerful. We're looking tough. Oh, it's too heavy. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta back out and upgrade the platform. So the problem with Bill is I can't do stabilization with Bill. Only pilots can self-stabilize unless there's a command module on the thing. All right. So we're gonna upgrade a few things. I'm gonna upgrade the launch pad. I'm gonna upgrade the tracking station, which is gonna give us patched conics. But now we're down to 62K. We are fucking broke bastards, and I don't have enough money to actually put flight planning just yet. Fuck. All right, guys, this is a big mission. We are going to need everything. We are going to need everything. Every little drop of fuel, every little minuscule bit of weight that we can lose, we're going to have to. And what that means is I'm going to take away Jeb Kerman's parachute. So if something goes wrong, he can't parachute down, but it's going to save us a little bit of weight. It's gonna save us a little bit of weight, and I hope nothing goes wrong. Whew, fuck. All right. Let's get a song, man. Let's get like a fucking 1970s song. I'm scared. All right, so what we're gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to do a gravity turn myself. I don't have the ability to follow prograde just yet, which is the automated way of doing it. I am going to have to by eye gravity turn this and hope and pray that I don't explode. Fuck it, let's do it. All right, at 30 meters per second, I'm gonna start turning. I'm turning. I'm turning. I'm turning a little bit too fast. I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hold it off. I'm turning a little bit too fast. We can actually see our apoapsis now. All right, turn a little bit more. All right, we're going up. Our apoapsis is at 11,000 meters. 13, 14, 15. We're going up. We're going up. I'm gonna turn a little bit more. Oh, we're so high up. 30,000. If I don't hit 70,000, I'm fucked. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm speeding up. Look, as I get into the higher part of the atmosphere, I start speeding up. Yes! All right, I'm out of fuel on that first stage, and I'm fucking spinning around. All right, eject. Booster done. All right, I'm gonna wait until I'm a little bit higher up in the atmosphere before I start doing my second booster. Look at it, it's flying off. That's gonna hit somebody's house. We're passing all the Chinese spy balloons. All right. 60,000. 65. As soon as we hit 70, I'm full sending it. We're going. All right. So what we want is this blue line to circle the Earth. Orbiting is so fucking crazy, guys. I don't think you understand how orbiting actually works. Orbiting works because the spaceship is going so fast that it misses the Earth. That's how orbiting works. You are falling endlessly. It is going so fast that you just keep missing the Earth. All right. The problem is now that I'm scared for is if we hit orbit, will I have enough fuel to get us back onto Earth? Whew. Okay. It's coming. It's going. It's coming. It's coming over the horizon. Our circle has encapsulated over half of the Earth now. All right, look, it's reaching. It's reaching. It's reaching. Hey, we're about to connect. We've connected. All right, we've connected, guys. We've connected. But our parallapses, that is the lowest point in our orbit, is the parallapses. Our parallapses is below the atmosphere. It's within the atmosphere, right? So what we need to do, we need to push that above the atmosphere. Otherwise, when we hit that point, the atmosphere will slow us down and we will crash. All right, what I want to do in order to increase the parallapses is I want to get to the apoapsis and then start thrusting from there. We're going to have to do that by hand since we can't skip just yet. We haven't unlocked the technology for it. We better not miss it. Knack, thank you for the follow, dude. All right, don't miss it, don't miss it, don't miss it, don't miss it. All right, now we're going to push prograde, which is towards the direction we're going. And we want that to get to 75,000 minimum. We're in orbit, boys. We're officially in orbit. It's not a pretty orbit, but we're in fucking orbit. Woo! We're in orbit, dude. And look how much fuel we have left. Heaps of fuel, Cosmo. So we'll be able to land back on the planet. I'm coming for that moon soon, man. I'm coming for that moon soon. Look at all the little cities on Kerbal, man. Look how small we are. Look how fucking infinitesimally small we are compared to the rest of the planet. Let's get on the bright side of the planet so we can actually see. We're on the dark side right now. Oh wait, fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, something I forgot. Electric charge. Okay, all right, we might die here. Our capsule only has a certain amount of electric charge. So the way that we're able to push ourselves in space, because I don't have monopropellant boosters that shoot fuel to move us around, there's a series of spinning discs going really, really fast inside of the command module, right? There's a series of spinning discs going super fast inside of the command module. But that can only continue as long as there's electric charge in the command module. So, We've burned almost half our electric charge, and every time we turn, I burn a lot of it. I am burning heaps of it right now. Okay. Okay. We're pointing retrograde. What we're gonna have to do... We need to break back into orbit. We need to break back into orbit. Fuck, we are burning fuel. We are burning electric charge, man, super quickly. All right. Look how pretty that is, man. All right. I don't want my descent to be too steep, but I also don't want it to be too relaxed. If it's too relaxed, I'm going to be in the atmosphere for longer than I need to be in that part that kind of burns you up as you're falling, and my ship will burn up and explode. So I need to use the last little bit of fuel that I have to get us a nice drop, and I think that's a pretty good drop right there. All right. It's now in gravity's hands. Rocket booster separated. We're falling. He has no parachute. He has no parachute. If the command module gets fucked, he can't jump out. If the command module gets fucked, he can't jump out. There's a parachute attached to the capsule, but if the capsule fails, if the parachute on the capsule fails, I can't eject him. He will die. He can't leave the capsule. Oh man. Let's arm the capsule. Let's arm the parachute. All right, we're back in the atmosphere. We're pointing retrograde so we don't burn up the heat. We do have a heat shield that thankfully, I forgot somebody suggested it, man. Thank you. I think I think without this heat shield, we could have been fucked. I almost didn't put it on too. We're dropping. You can see the atmosphere pressure right here is building up. Now we're heating. I'm so nervous. Fuck! Alright, keep aiming retrograde. Oh, the heat shield is saving our ass right now. The heat shield is saving our ass right now. Oh, did you hear that? There was an explosion somewhere. Something exploded. Oh, fuck. Do you see it up in the space there? I don't know if that's a star or if that's something that exploded. I think our other fuel booster. Oh, there it is down there, actually. We're falling, man. We're falling well. We're falling well. We're not burning up anymore. We're going pretty slow. The parachute's gonna drop. I just have to determine whether or not I'm in Highlands or not. Because if I'm in Highlands, our parachute's gonna deploy a little bit too late and I'm gonna slam into the ground. And that's kind of something I'm worried about. So we're gonna do it right now. Where am I? Oh, this is the ocean. We did orbit! I did my experiments, but I did my experiments in low space. So some of the experiments didn't weren't that great. Unfortunately, I already had some of the things. We did it though, man! Woo! We did an actual orbit, man. We have to switch over, dude. We have to switch over. I gotta do D&D. I'm 10 minutes late. I'm late. Well, we did it, man. We orbited. I didn't think we'd do it, man. I didn't think we'd do it. And Jebediah, he's now a level 1 pilot, which means that I can do a little bit more automation with him. I can have him automatically face prograde and retrograde, which will help us follow those. All right, man. I'm coming for the moon next, man. I'm coming for the moon next. Soon. Another time, though. Another time. Another time. Can we kill someone for fun real quick? I'll save scum it. Shoot the moon. Can we put a bunch of boosters on the moon and get it out of orbit? This could have... I need to switch over. I need to... I'm 11 minutes late. So if we fucked it up, man. If I was just a little bit shittier, this is what it would have looked like. No! Oh. The Amazon rocket. All right. I'm going to switch over. Hello, am I late?
Neo was a goblin, and Bear was a bull cobbler.
What?
I'll let somebody else explain.
Am I late? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
we started already. You didn't make it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I already play a cleric in my other campaign, but I do like cleric.
Yeah, play whatever you want.
Did you do any darker and darker?
Hello,
Speaking of
chat.
cleric.
Mulcahy, Bass, Galnor, hello. Oh, I was playing a cleric in the one game of Dark and Darker I played.
How'd you like it?
I think it's interesting. I think it needs a bit more time in the oven. Like I played a few rounds of Dark and Darker, and I was like, okay, that the center of it's a bit moist still. You need more time to bake.
I played it on my own, and it's just like get killed every time. There's nothing you can do. So, but playing with people apparently is very fun. As I'm going around to doing it.
It really does replicate that unfair dungeon crawling board game feel.
All right, let's move this here. Okay, in a few minutes, I got my eggs are gonna be done, so I'm gonna disappear for a few minutes.
Were you guys talking about Dark and Darker?
Oh man,
Yes.
this guy has
Can
some
I give
opinions on Dark and
my
Darker.
fucking hot takes on Dark and Darker?
Tell me,
You know,
lay
it's
it on
pretty
us.
it's pretty early in 2023, but I'm willing to say that this is the worst fucking release of 2023 ever. I hate Dark and Darker.
Get out of here, man! Get out of
I
here!
fucking hate that game
No,
so much. The clunkiest, slowest game ever. It's like operating a tank as a little man.
Can I analyze your critique?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, is it actually that you love the game and you secretly want it to be so good? You have
I
high
uninstalled that
expectations?
game, dude. I
What?
played like 12 games with Hoop, and
It's
then I
better than
uninstalled that.
Tarkov. It's better than Tarkov, and easily,
God forbid.
in my opinion.
God forbid I like a game to actually fucking run and be fun rather than
It's a
fucking
demo,
grind
man.
into
It's
the
a
ground.
demo. It was like a little taste. Like, here, take a nibble.
Hey,
It was
how
a
you like
demo.
it.
If someone had me just fucking sample dragging my balls across sandpaper, I wouldn't want to keep doing it. It's an awful experience.
Come on, man. It's not that bad. I enjoyed it until I started getting, repeatedly owned over and over. Then it stopped being fun.
My breaking point with that, I was trying out all the different classes. I loaded up Ranger and I had 5 arrows, and I uninstalled the game.
I mean, you can reload.
Can you reload? Maybe I'm just
You
a
can
tiny.
reload.
Okay, I'm just a tiny little brainlet then.
So Peppo, did you finish leveling your character to 5? Also, Hansel and Argentus, you should level to 5.
Oh, we're level 5. Woo.
Yes.
I only gain 10 HP if I take the average. My God.
Ability score. What?
All right, back. Let's see levels. All right, it says I'm level. I have 7 HP and I'm level 5.
Am I doing all this stuff on Roll20?
Yes, we're doing all this stuff on Roll20.
About time
so-
you wake up.
Wait, what's it saying, Peppo?
I'm at HP 7.
Oh, I didn't know.
Your HP
Ignore
should
the
not
second
be
one.
7. Let me...
Okay, let's go back to 11 and hit next, and then go back. It keeps defaulting back to 7. Is there
have
a
you
save
finished the
button?
process of going through the character
finishing
mancer?
the process, yes. Of course.
Sec.
Apply changes.
Yep, now you're level 5. Your maximum hit points are 51. Is your armor class only 10?
It constantly defaults back to 11 HP.
Uh,
I'll be right back.
yep, I'll take a look at it.
Should I roll my stats? Should I roll,
No,
like,
we're
6?
using a point buy.
Okay. And how many points is it?
It is the standard 5e point buy,
Oh,
so I
okay,
think
okay.
27.
I just haven't done point by. Okay, 27.
Yeah. Okay, Jimmy, I'm gonna give you a list of resources. You have a character sheet in here for when you join. I'm gonna send you a bunch of links to the rules resource we're using.
Mhm.
Can I switch out one of my spells with a different one?
Yeah,
Okay.
you'll have time.
Illusory script loading disk.
Oh, I feel a fool. I should have done this before. Oh well. If I just have to join in late, that's fine. I can just walk in.
No worries. We still have more characters to make.
Yeah. Um,
I don't understand any of this language.
Okay. Do you want some help?
I'm just looking at the
So-
races right now.
Yeah, so you're gonna need to choose a race and a class. That'll be the starting point.
Yeah. Do I tell you that, or do I put that somewhere?
Yeah,
or-
you tell me that. I'm making
Okay.
your character with you. Consider me
Okay.
help during this process.
I see. And of course, I don't need to read what any of these do, right? I just need to look at what sounds
mean,
cool. That's how you play, right?
That's how you should play. You should make the character
Exactly.
you think is cool. You should not give a fuck about stats or any of that bullshit. You should make the
Okay.
character you want to play.
Did you send me the classes as well?
Yeah, the classes
Yeah,
were the last link in that new group I sent you.
Alright. Yeah, I got it. Okay.
So
Alright, I'm gonna go with Sea Elf Bard, I think.
a sea elf.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know what a bard is?
Yes.
What are you guys creating?
Wait, have
out of
you wrote it down
curiosity?
yet? Can I go back?
Yes, you can so when you're using the character mancer, you're making your character sheet. Nothing is set in stone. This entire character process is
I shouldn't be
Yeah.
writing this down anyway, should I?
so in that character sheet I gave you, in the journal
Yes.
tab on the top right of the window,
Mm,
in the top right of Roll20, there's a journal tab, and then there's a thing labeled A Jimmy. That's a character sheet. Sorry, let me pull up your stream so I have a better idea.
I don't have a stream. I'm not streaming.
Or can you share your screen?
So I'm on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
that makes sense. Okay. So all these ability scores should actually be starting at 8. I was getting confused. I was like 27. How is that? But yeah, they should start at 8 and then go up from there.
Do you see this,
Or
Nage?
down.
Yes. So you're gonna okay, sorry, I realize what's going on now. In the left side of the screen, you see that launch game button?
Click it.
Yeah, click it. And then this will bring you into what we're looking at.
Oh, I see.
Roll20 is our virtual tabletop. You navigate it with the scroll wheel and right-clicking and dragging. On the top right of your screen is your tabs. The first thing you're going to want to do is click the cog wheel, then go to audio and video, and then you are going to go to video display in the top tab of that little sub window. And then you are going to change regular to names only on that first drop down. Okay, there you go. Now you're
I got a good color.
And then you're going to go to the journal, which is the third tab over in the top right bar of Roll20. Yeah, see that third tab, the one that looks like a newspaper. And then you're going to click the sheet that says A Jimmy.
Edit. Oh.
And then you're going to hit use the character mancer. Then you're going to click next. And this is a lot like a video game character creator. It's a bunch of drop-down menus and a bunch of like option selects and stuff.
Wait, is this just Skyrim shit? Fuck is a Dragonborn, man?
A Dragonborn is like a dragon guy.
Oh, so the stupid WoW race.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, alright. So there was no sea elf. I don't know what I was looking at.
I don't know what you were
Heard
looking
of
at
an elf
either.
either.
I was just looking at the race link you sent me.
Oh, it's probably
that's
yeah,
probably
yeah.
from a expansion book that I don't own.
Yeah. I'm gonna go gnome.
Gnome?
Yeah.
Go half orc.
Okay. Then you get to choose how evil or good you are.
Hmm. Chaotic evil.
Then you're selecting your class.
Subrace? It's a rock gnome.
You can choose one of those or use the default, and then you just have to click next. Davey, if you want to find a little picture for your character, that would also be great.
Yeah. Hey, okay, I think I might have gone over here a little bit.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, it's mine. Everything is
So,
like default
Peppo?
into 0. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna type an 11 or type. So hit back. Or no, don't type anything in there. Just yeah, and then back out.
Not opt out. Just back. Just close this page.
Hit cancel in the top right. There's a cancel button underneath the edit button.
Discard and exit.
Yeah.
All
Don't
right.
worry.
Now we go back up. I'm level 5.
Okay, you're level 5. One sec. Let me. Yeah, so you're level 5. So change that to a 0 in the slot. The plus levels. I'm unsure if we added your ability score bonuses.
Okay, and then make my
No,
HP
no,
11.
no. We already added your maximum HP. It looks like that's one of the things that got done. No, so you're gonna put that a 0 in that box. You're not getting any additional. Okay, perfect. Now just hit next.
Everything is blank.
Okay, hit next again because you're not getting anything. Okay, yeah, I think. So did you add something to your ability scores at some point during the first time you went through this?
I may have about 5 minutes ago just hit next, apply changes, but I didn't tweak anything other than life and other than HP and the +2 to the base 3, which gave us a total of level 5.
The +2 to what base 3?
I was level 3. We added
Okay,
2 to make me level 5. That's
yeah.
the only thing I edited. That's everything else. I just hit next continuously. Maybe I got to log out and log back in. It looks like the
No. So we just need to redo the process a bit.
Oh, okay.
I was just fucking around with it, and you can, if you just open your normal character sheet, you can just increase the number there, and it will do it for you.
Yeah, so we have the level 4 ability score increase, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
So he gets a +2 to 1 stat, right?
Or +1 to 2 if he wants to do that, but no one ever does it.
So hit the cancel button again.
Cancel. Boom.
And then on your sheet, we are gonna hit. Is it just letting me edit from the sheet? 1 sec, let me figure out how to edit this stuff.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I see it now. So which stat do you want to increase?
Peppo talking to your stream doesn't help him figure out what stat you want.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have push to talk on, and I didn't realize that you can't hear me. Oh, max life. I'm going full tank mode. Life. Damage,
okay, so you want to add
easy.
You want to add 2 to your constitution.
All right, let's do that. Fortitude. And I do that easily by
so you see that 16 under your constitution on the left column?
Yes, make it 18.
Yeah, make that 18. You made it. Okay.
Very good.
Niche. Just a quick question. Can I just make a background? Just do the proficiencies, not bother with all the rest of it because it's a lot.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So, hey Jimmy, I sent you a list of backgrounds that you can look through. That's the one thing the Character Mancer doesn't have built in, so I'll need to add those as they go. Just tell me which one you want. And
it didn't add it didn't add to your health, Peppo, but you'll have to do that manually. But just give yourself 5 more health because it retroactively adds your constitution.
No, he rolled. Oh yeah, adds your con modifier twice. Okay,
so add 5 more health to yourself. You have 56 total.
Boom. Easy.
Do I just tell you what background I want?
Yes.
Okay, so I gotta find one that makes sense.
Jimmy, what are you rolling?
Oh, gnome warlock, rock gnome to be specific.
Can you guys
mage
at
of
me?
ice sorcery, can I use that one?
When everyone's ready.
Everybody's a mage but me, pretty much.
I'm
Mage.
a fighter, Peppo.
I have a
Mage.
What was that, Graham?
Can you at me when everyone's ready?
Okay.
I'm done, right? My thing is ready.
Yeah, you're at level 5. You've got multiple.
I love
attacks per
gimmicks!
turn, and you can move faster now.
All right, beautiful.
Okay, so
We'll have them really quietly in the background.
Background, mage, you need to know that.
Yes.
I love little gibbons.
Sage.
Sage. Okay.
Hey, while we wait, does anybody want to, while they're setting up, if anyone's done, do a little quick chess
Yeah,
in the
sure, why
background?
not?
Okay.
Gibbon Gabe, babe. Gibbon Gabe.
Ability scores. Do I do
I'm gonna lower them a little
custom
bit
or
more.
choose?
So let me. We're gonna do. And let me send you the point buy calculator if I haven't already.
This is the most accurate Gibbon video game. It's also the only Gibbon video game.
And you're gonna select gnome from that drop-down menu.
I 100% completed this game before, but they added some new shit, so I don't have all the achievements anymore.
Which are you?
I haven't played it in a while though. Look at these Gibbons, dude. I'm a big Gibbon fan, man. I'm a big Gibbon fan.
That's from being a gnome.
All right.
Oh wait. Warlock page again. Okay, so your spell casting ability is good. So you're gonna want your highest points in charisma. And then, depending on the weapon you use, you're gonna want to either have strength or dexterity. And then
I love this game. So this is called
that'll determine
Gibbon Beyond the Trees, man.
how many bones.
And it's just an absolutely delightful little game with a delightful little creature in it. A few of them.
Your most important stat. Yes. Charisma determines how powerful.
So that happens in the wild. It's called a Gibbon boost. That That's actually real. I can't wait until I unlock the real Gibbon spin dash ability that real life Gibbons have.
Intelligence is your vote. Intelligence is if you need to remember what a monster is from your studies, or you need to know who a noble's lineage has in it. Like it's knowing about.
This is truly the Gibbon experience, man. This is what it is. It's like to be a Gibbon. Swinging around the trees. That's a little durian fruit over there. I don't know exactly where this game takes place, but it's somewhere in Southeast Asia. Actual Gibbons do triple backflips when brachiating. That's true, man. That's true. Have you seen? There are videos of little Gibbons just on like a single pole, just spinning on the pole as quickly as they can, and that's actually real. That's that's not a joke. That's actually real. The Gibbon boost, gaining momentum and then flying off. They said something about me really quietly. I didn't hear what it was, though. I did hear my name. So the big thing, I think my favorite thing about Gibbons, besides their size, besides their arm length, besides everything, is how bonkers these little creatures are, man. I saw a video the other day of just these Gibbons just bullying this orangutan, man. I felt so bad for the orangutan. They like to like go up to these other creatures and just fucking like slap them. They remind me of crows, man. Have you guys ever seen crows kind of like go up to a dog? Kind of like get behind a dog and just pull its tail? Kind of same energy from a little gibbon. They were bullying orangutan, dude. So right now, this little gibbon is swinging alongside this other gibbon and the baby. So gibbons are monogamous creatures. They have one mate. They love their little mate. They'll have babies with that little mate. They usually have 2 children at a time, I think. I usually see them with 2 kids whenever I'm watching the videos. Some species of gibbon, by the way, recently, and it's a recent phenomenon because of deforestation and how endangered these gibbons are. But some species of gibbons have started to show non-monogamous behavior. Just because there are so little of them around. And it's truly kind of the only way to propagate the species. Gibbons are exceedingly threatened by logging, deforestation, the farming of and collection of palm oil specifically has had such a devastating effect on the gibbon population. I think all species of gibbons are considered to be critically endangered. Oh, I'm gonna die. Gibbon! So, most gibbons are going to fall out of a tree like that and break a bone sometime in their lifetime. Most gibbons do end up taking a little tumble and breaking something sometime in their lifetime. It's a very common thing. Because you gotta remember, gibbons are arboreal. And not only are they arboreal being tree-dwelling little creatures, but they are, I think, among the fastest creatures in the trees. They can brachiate. Brachiate is the term. I'm gonna fall again. Well, there goes the other gibbon's leg. Brachiating, by the way, is the term for a gibbon moving through the trees. It's distinct from swinging through the trees because brachiation implies that the gibbon moves through the trees without the aid of a tail. Right? So, unlike monkeys that have tails that they use to swing around, gibbons have no tails since they are little apes. Apes, I think most people would know. Apes are categorized as primates without tails. Something interesting though, there is a species of monkey that has no tail. which is something that not everybody is aware of, because when you think of monkey, you think of a little-tailed creature. The distinction of what a monkey is a creature with a tail. But the Barbary macaque found in, where is it? Either northern Africa or southern Iberian Peninsula. So southern Spain. No, it's Gibraltar, isn't it? It's Gibraltar that the Barbary macaque resides. The Barbary macaque has no tail, but it's still categorized as a monkey instead of an ape. Native to the Atlas Mountains of Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, and Morocco. The little Barbary macaque. I'm dead here. Along with a small introduced population in Gibraltar. I remember reading somewhere that the monkeys in Gibraltar are really mean, man. They're like really, really mean. And they made it really difficult for invaders that tried to go to Gibraltar and take it over. Revit! So, who else then? You're 100% correct. I'm dead here again. Fuck. I'm not getting enough momentum, man. You're 100% correct. Who else then? So it's not only tails that distinct apes from monkeys. There are a few different things that apes have over monkeys, right? And I think tails are the ones that everyone goes with right away, because that's the easy one, right? It's very easy to identify something if it has a tail or not. And in the vast majority of cases, apes do not have tails. Every ape does not have a tail. And almost every monkey does have a tail, except for the Barbary macaque. Right? But apes have larger brains, larger, wrinklier brains. They are very intelligent little apes and great apes. But not only that, apes also have broader shoulders. Broader shoulders, larger chests, where monkeys tend to have kind of thin, narrow shoulders. Oh. No, Gibbon! No! Can I raise the music a little bit? A little bit too loud, actually. This game is really beautiful, man. The company that made this game... Give it boost! The company that made this game did a really good job. You can get it on Steam. You can also get it on the Android and iOS store. It's called Gibbon Beyond the Trees. Oh, little monkey. The Gibbon boost is the most elegant maneuver in the animal kingdom. Truly is. You really gotta kind of witness a Gibbon boost. And I don't think you can really appreciate the magnificence and magnitude of the Gibbon boost unless you see it in person. So I was saying before, man, Gibbons are the fastest movers in the trees. I think, I believe somebody might be able to like find something that's faster, but Gibbons are definitely one of the fastest little movers in the trees. I just left that little Gibbon hanging over there, man. I think I was supposed to like boost with it or something. They can move up to 30 miles per hour while brachiating, while swinging. 30 miles per hour, man. That is so insanely quick. "30 miles per hour. That's how fast I move through a school zone." That was dark. That was... I regret saying that. I mean while brachiating through the trees, I mean. I meant while brachiating through the trees. So the little vocalizations that Gibbons do, Gibbons will sing with each other. Paired Gibbons will sing with each other in order to mark territory, and I don't know, they probably enjoy it as well. So their calls, their little sings that they do with each other. The singing can actually be heard from miles away. Now I can do the iconic Gibbon backflip. Now I can actually gain momentum. The reflexes needed to traverse such an obstacle-filled environment at such speed is crazy. Also, you gotta imagine the toll that it takes in their little bodies, moving so quickly through the trees. Gibbons are able to move so quickly through the trees that they have been known to reach out and crumple birds as they're swinging. Gibbons have specialized hooked kind of hands. The way their hands are they're kind of like not like grappling hooks, but like, you know those hooks? Any of you guys have like a door? Obviously everyone has a door, but those like kind of like hooks you put on a door to like hang up your clothes. They're like that. Gibbons are not friends with birds. Gibbons will kill a bird on sight. Gibbon boost. Oh my god, Slick, you fucking bastard. It's like this game was made for you. This game is beautiful. Recently, they updated it. I haven't played it since the update, but they added like an encyclopedia and like more just Gibbon information in the game that you can like learn, if that's something that interests you. Tank Girl, no! Now Tank Girl's getting in on the bullying. Double backflip. If Gibbons move fast enough, they actually do leave a little jet stream behind them. Tangirl's saying I would never bully my Gibbon friend, but that's not even true. I remember Tangirl just the other day was talking about how much she hated Gibbons, and I believe she even showed me receipts. She donated $3 million to a palm oil logging business in the island of Borneo, just to kill more gibbons. That's a fact. You have to just trust me on that. Oh, I think I could have got a Gibbon boost if I didn't spin there. Oh, I could have got another one if I didn't spin. I'm too spin happy. I'm not doing my Gibbon boost. Oh, Gibbon boost. One, two. So Gibbons can fall like great heights, man. And like just catch themselves and be 100% fine. They're weird little creatures. They're so light though. That's the case, right? They're so light that they can like fall and not really hurt themselves too much. I think the average adult Gibbon only weighs about 15 pounds. A little bit more if it's a Siamang. But your average adult Gibbon only weighs about 15 pounds. You can, like, comfortably just toss a Gibbon. Gibbon boost! Oh, Gibbon boost, no! Gibbons can't be crumpled, so Gibbons have actually evolved to be crumplers and not crumpled. You either evolve to be predator or prey. Crumplers are crumpled, you know? Gibbons are omnivores, so I guess they're technically both. Gibbons, Gibbons only have a couple of predators, among them being venomous snakes, large venomous snakes, and kind of large cats like jaguars and leopards. One or the other, I'm not sure which one. Fuck. No, look, the little deforestation! No, the deforesting the Gibbon home, fuck! No! Gibbons cannot swim. They stay away from water because they cannot swim. But I bet a Gibbon wish he had a little bucket of water right now, man. No, Gibbons! This is where the game gets a little bit harder. There's a lot less for me to brachiate on. Just read this one. To drink, they dip the hairy back of their hands several times into the water and lick it off. I've seen that. I've seen that. Yeah, they kind of stick their hand in the water and kind of suckle up the water. They're so sweet, man. I'm a big fan. I'm a big Gibbon fan. Deforestation gibbon. No! Almost died, fuck. There's so little to brachiate on now, man. Everything got fucking destroyed. But yet the gibbon persists. What, Sebas? Why don't you lick the hairy back of my hand and there? That's got a fire. No, give it. Is your favorite actor Mel Gibbon? Yes. So, another beautiful kind of gibbon maneuver is the gibbon slide. Gibbons have been seen sliding for miles and miles. I think a gibbon can slide up to 20 miles. No, gibbon! Roasted ape. No, man, I don't like roasted ape. I don't like roasted ape. Some gibbons actually do get hunted for food. I think it's called bushmeat. But it's not a thing that happens very often, right? It's not a thing that happens very often. Gibbons would more often be hunted for their fuck. Oh. Gibbons are more often hunted. Anything in the forest is bushmeat? Okay, you might be right. You're probably right. Gibbons are more often hunted for their elongated arm bones, which I think was something used in medicine, in like kind of like Eastern medicine, but has since kind of been moved away from. But their elongated arm bones are, at least were, possibly still are, very valuable. We were swinging on vines before, man. Now we're swinging on chains. A gibbon-based tincture. What medicinal benefit could they possibly give? None, I don't know. Bottled bonkers. I'm dead here. Survived. The thing that I say is, even if they make a mistake, you need to give them a second chance. Gibbon energy drinks. I'm not an energy drink kind of guy, man. I never understood energy drinks. I never understood Monster, Red Bull, and the one with the star. Those are the ones that I've drank before. Never got into them. Never understood them. They were always so bitter. Never did it for me. Do you drink coffee? I don't drink coffee either, though. I haven't like drank caffeine in years. I haven't drank caffeine since I was in high school, and that was years and years ago, man. Gibbon boost. Graham eats like a 7-year-old, just popcorn and pizza. I'm a big popcorn fan, man. What is this game? So this game is called Gibbon Beyond the Trees. It's the tale of a Gibbon as he watches... I think actually the Gibbon is a little she. It's the tale of a Gibbon as she watches... her environment just collapse around her. The gibbon finds itself just on its swinging right from the deep forests of where it came from towards kind of like the logging fields, large burned down areas of trees, and now we're in kind of the industrial zone. And it's the tale of just the gibbon as it progresses further and further through kind of the industrialized society, right? As it moves through civilization. Its home gone, its home missing. Literally fucking ripped out of the ground by logging companies. And yet the gibbon swings, because what else can it do? We're no longer brachiating on trees, man. This game is so cool, dude. Now, we're not even brachiating on trees anymore. We're brachiating on fucking telephone lines. Now we're breaking on people's homes, brachiating on people's homes. Gibbon boost. The game picks up here really quickly. The game's about to pick up, man. This game actually rocks. Now we're in factories, man. Swinging on chains instead of vines. Oh. Are we starting? Oh, we're starting now. One last flip. Man, There's just nothing to brachiate here. We just have to walk across the fucking road. To my knowledge, man, this is like the only game with gibbons in it. I think Planet Zoo has Sea Man gibbons, and Zoo Tycoon had white-handed gibbons. But those are the only games with gibbons in it. There's very little gibbon representation in video gamings. Look, you see those guys down there, man? Local militia. Ah! Poachers! All right. We just got to the poachers, man, but I gotta switch over. We're starting. All right. Once you do the main story, you can like move around and do you can do like an endless run mode. That's like randomly generated. Oh.
Oh, and you can also cast mage armor on yourself, which will help a lot.
I'm here.
Hello.
Hi, hello.
Okay, I think with that we can begin.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Amazing.
Jimmy, one last thing. On the bottom right of your character sheet, that is all of your abilities. If you click any of them, they'll expand and tell you exactly what they do. So if you ever want to know what you can do, those are your abilities. That middle column is your attacks. That's every attack you have. So all of your offensive spells. So that is basically what you can do in combat, just for reference.
And what does the DC mean?
The DC. So those will be for spells. When you hit someone with a spell, they will usually get a saving throw to see if they can resist the spell, and that's hard. How hard the check to resist the spell is.
We're playing
so
with Jimmy.
Say if you cast poison spray, I think they get a fortitude saving throw to only take half the damage from it,
Davey
or a
B,
Constitution save in this edition.
Peppo, and Nietzsche.
Then they'd roll a d20, add their Constitution saving modifier, and if they got under 14, they would take full damage.
And D12, D10?
On a d20. Every check is rolled on the d20. Only damage and health points are rolled on other dice. But everything that determines if something happens... Oh, that's the damage. That means it does 2d12 poison damage. So you roll 2d12s, and then...
You roll 2 dice?
Yes, you roll... So in the left side of your screen, there's a d20, or like the second... Yeah, see that? That's your dice roller.
Yeah.
But if you click those things in the center column, it'll automatically roll them for you. So you don't have to worry about that. So, when we last left our party, they were returning in victory after visiting the library, and were promptly skulking from their boss's office in defeat after they took too long at the library. Once again, we join the party in the office of Commissioner Skullbreaker. You had uncovered
Trying to
a
find music
lot
for
of
this.
information on your last adventure. Something that implied there was something bizarre afoot. The Mud Wizard, before he so tragically died, revealed that he was being paid to vandalize the library, not merely doing it out of some sense of obligation. So, what do you think the connection between the Mud Wizard and all this other stuff is? I've read your report, but none of you are very good writers. So far, the only thing I could gather from it is that you need to go to somewhere named 25th and Grand Arthur. In the room with you is a strange assortment of folks.
Can I interject here just for 1 second?
Yes.
At the very beginning, I thought you were still explaining, so I didn't catch the first sentence. We're in a library.
No, you are
ransacked.
back from the library.
We came back from our library.
The last event, you weren't there, but the rest of the party was clearing out a library.
Yes.
And now you're investigating a link between the guy who was vandalizing the library and an address you got while investigating the place.
So they came back from a library that was plundered, pillaged, and vandalized. And the piece of the evidence that they found was a phone number on a paper.
If Argentus would like to explain, or I think Highmount was there as well.
Lead me in. Say something with the guy.
What was that about that address you had found?
That's where the money is.
The money? And what is it about this money? Why should we care?
Well, it's the money that was given to this person, this Mud Wizard, in order to do this whole thing. You find the money, maybe we can find the source.
What was that address again? I forgot.
I wrote it down in the back of my hand. Other hand. Oh, it's not on that hand either. Hand? A little spectral hand crawls out from underneath Argentus's shirt. It's a demonic, evil, red hand. Argentus picks it up and kind of looks it over. It's the upstairs of a warehouse between 27th and Grand Arthur.
27th and Grand Arthur. I have no idea where that is.
Oh, great.
But it's your job to find it.
Of course. I didn't expect anything less, Captain.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get to that address and find out who's been paying these people to vandalize libraries.
Commissioner, did you get my report about excessive violence and force used in the last mission?
Yes, we've already docked Argentus's pay.
All right.
All right. Now, get out of here, or I'm gonna fire you.
Argentus gives a quick bow and backs quickly out of the room.
Now some backstory.
You are members of the illustrious Byzantine, Byzonian City Guard. Byzonia, the city empire. Long ago, all the other empires, the Orc Empire, the Human Empire, the Elf Empire, the Gnome Empire, people whisper about the Gnome Empire in hushed tones. They all realized they could conquer a lot more other empires if they combined their centrally located empires into one empire. So they built a massive pyramid of bureaucracy and urbanism. The city of Bizonia, the greatest accomplishment in all the world. A truly endless city of all different types of people, all with multiple goals and very duplicitous manners.
Okay. And who are my party members?
Yeah, so are we all here? We're all in this room together right now, or are some of us not here?
You're all standing outside the room now as the door slams behind you. Looking to your left and your right, you see a few bizarre faces. Peppo, if you would like to begin introductions. There's a gnome here you don't recognize.
Okay.
There's like a little gnome you could kick.
Okay, so at this moment, Verde was on an orc binge for the on an orc bender for the past few days, so he missed work last week when they were at the library. So now he hobbles on and he's kind of drooling and he wipes the drool from his mouth and cleans the crust out of his eyes. And he sees Argentus has a little piece of paper in his hand and he doesn't even notice the gnome next to him and he just barrels through them. And Verde want paper. And he takes the paper and he's reading the address and he sees the address and he looks around and thinks, well, what are we waiting for? To the address we go. We'll figure it out when we're there.
They didn't fire you yet, Verde?
A massive orc barrels through the newcomers, grabbing at the paper.
Oh, there he is.
Watch it there.
The orc barbarian. The man he was talking to doesn't necessarily seem surprised by Baird's manners. Graham?
What are we gonna do? We're just gonna show up there by ourselves? You mean this one?
I was thinking we could all dress up as ne'er-do-wells and try to blend in.
Oh, of course. I'm sure that the two giants, I'm sure they'd blend in just perfectly.
So there's a man, an orc, and a minotaur. Both the orc and the minotaur tower over the somewhat diminutive man, wearing very nice clothes, perhaps above his station as a city guard.
Is that right? That's correct. The clothes, however, are very baggy, larger than a size larger than he should be wearing. Since we're level 5, and I'm a little fiend bastard. Can I get a little bit of kind of demonic corruption on my face?
Yeah, sure.
Aesthetically. Since the last time the two party members have seen Argentus, his ears are starting to sharpen a little bit at the tips, and his teeth look a lot sharper than they did before. Also, the whites of his eyes are beginning to kind of darken and turn yellow.
Are you sick?
Are you sick?
Did have a bit of a cold yesterday.
At this moment, Verde is starting to get a little bit impatient, so he kind of takes the end of his axe, not the sharp end. He's sort of holding it right beneath the blade on the shaft, and he's poking him with the end, and he's saying, "Little know-it-all, Where do we go now? Hurry! And he looks over and he sees this little gnome and he out the way and he kicks him out and he moves to kick the gnome out of the way. He thinks he's just an extra fella.
Dinky screams as he gets kicked.
Dinky goes flying across the room.
Oh.
Oh.
Ow.
Huh. Well.
That was our co-worker.
Unless you know where this place is, 27th and whatever, we're gonna have to find someone that does. Maybe the short one you kicked knows. No.
Yes.
Do you know where this is?
No.
Yeah,
Of course he's not gonna want to help us after he got kicked by Bear. Offer him some of the money.
Offer him some of the money.
Offer him a little bit of the money.
It's his duty as a guard.
Yeah, we're all
Illustrious
getting
position.
paid, right? Says this big orc next to you. This guy's called Crap. Big muscular orc with a little black sort of tuft of hair on the top of his head. Big grey axe.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we're getting paid, but we all should be getting paid.
That's right. Here, take a look at this address. Do you know where this is?
Let me have a look. Can I potentially do like a history check or something? Maybe I know it.
Yeah, you can roll.
I was not supposed to be at advantage, but
Yeah, we
will always
have
roll at
auto
advantage.
advantage on.
oh, okay.
So just pay attention to the first number. Okay, with an 18, you have a general idea where that is. That's way out there. That's out east.
It's way out there, out east.
That's in East Bazonia,
All the way in East Bazonia.
which
How
is
long-
a few hours walk.
Yeah, we should probably get moving now if we want to get there soon.
Well, then what are we waiting for? If we wait too long, the money will be gone by the time we get there.
Well
Let's be on our way then. Unless one of you are going to drag your feet or hooves. High mount.
What are you referring to?
Nothing, I'm just curious. If you are going to accompany us and actually be of use.
My use is paramount. As a prominent member of Section 3, I'm practically mandatory to be there.
Of course.
I forgot you were doing this.
He's the
bit.
coward, not bit.
I look over at the orcs. Which of the orcs is bigger? There's two large
Yeah,
orcs.
which of the orcs is bigger?
I'm
Bear's pretty
6'5".
Yeah, how big am
Oh.
I?
Bearda's like 7 feet tall. He's a
Yeah,
full-blooded orc.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a
Better
full
than
blooded.
Bear's
I'm a half
6'5".
orc.
But
Could've been more
what is the
specific.
half orc strength though? What's your strength?
You're gonna have to find out
Yeah,
if you
you'll
want to do
have to find out.
something.
I want to see him be really muscular. Oh. How come I keep
I
getting
mean-
paired with barbaric swords?
All right, we're gonna need someone to balance this whole thing out.
Especially if there's a tiny crawl space. The mud wizard was quite a feeble little creature.
That's a good idea. Gnome? What the fuck was that?
Hello?
Yes.
What the fuck is that?
It's
That's
Dinky.
the gnome?
That's the
It's
gnome?
Dinky.
Oh my
It's
god.
Dinky? Could Dinky be a bit less? Just maybe 10% less Dinky. Is that possible?
Dinky sounds have dinky sounds.
Okay.
How about now?
Yeah, that's somehow better.
This is better?
Could you talk in your normal voice as Dinky?
Yeah.
This is Dinky's normal voice.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Is that little armored man supposed to be Dinky?
I looked up gnome flail.
Hold on, I'll find a better picture of Dinky.
Yeah, find a better Dinky. But so you're leaving. You're about to leave the office. It looks like the tall ones are turning to go, but one is yelling something back at you from the crumpled pile in the floor you're in.
We could use someone like you, Gnome.
Yes.
Then, do you wish to accompany us?
Yes, Verde will accompany.
Oh my god.
Talking to me, you big ugly orc.
Okay, no, we won't.
You are already coming, Verde, please.
The big one can't fit.
It's too much, isn't it? It's too much.
I love
Your
it.
boss
I love
leans
the-
out from
the
his
voice
office.
profiles.
Is it okay, guys?
What
Is it too
are you
much? Is it-
still doing here?
Sorry, sir. Right away, I go over to the door where I slip on my newly created shoes that I have, which are just like straps around my hoofs with a leather bottom. I'm working on shoes for him.
Shoes for minotaurs.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. All right, I'm a cobbler.
So right now, what's preventing us from going? Do we not know the route
That-
to go there?
We do. We're just about to leave.
We
Okay,
do. I'm
okay.
just
Getting
trying
the
to
little guy
include
into the
everybody in the party.
Mm.
So, you've begun your journey to East Bezonia.
Who's Dinky from the pictures?
I
Middle
just-
bottom.
I just sent you. I put it in general.
Okay, let me pull up that dinky.
Oh,
Let
I
me save
don't.
that dinky.
Oh, that dinky.
This new
I
dinky.
thought the guards were a prestigious organization.
Uploading dinky.
It's gonna be Nomeo from Nomeo and Juliet.
Got the dinky upload.
Can I update
Making-
Verde's picture?
The dinky portrait.
I have one ready. Okay,
The
never mind.
image is so good right now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're free to update it, but I
like the
love
other
Orc
orchid.
Carls so much.
I just think the other one is more fitting for how I imagine
Okay.
Verde.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me just.
Or Carl is fucking perfect.
Gnome token 2.
Okay, I put it in the Discord. Oh, whoops! I think I put in the wrong one.
Don't
Whatever.
pull it by the
There.
root.
You see it?
Second. Yep.
Okay, if we could just update it to that,
Yep.
that's more better there for sure.
And while you're at it, yeah.
Yeah.
This is
There he
Dinky.
is.
You just Googled evil gnome.
Exactly.
Okay, Dinky has arrived, and you have arrived in East Bezonia, a sprawling cityscape of buildings stacked on top of buildings, roads stacked on top of roads, alleyways intersecting with one another in non-Euclidean patterns that drive one mad to think about traffic control in such an area. There are innumerable people around of every type, every there's orcs, there's gnomes. Well, there's a few gnomes. There's a lot of humans around here. But this is as far as the scant knowledge you had of Grand Arthur Boulevard. This is how far it's gotten you. You can't really your navigational skills, you don't have a precise location for 25th and Grand Arthur. And right now, you're just kind of wandering the city streets. Or 27th and Grand Arthur, my apologies.
Now, what's the...
Sorry, go on. No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, "Oi, you there?" I grabbed some random, just a random passerby, and just say, 27 and Arthur, Grand Arthur. Where is it?
27th and Grand Arthur. Do you want to roll intimidation? All right. That's over in the Land of Mud.
Ugh.
Land of Mud. Which way?
The Land of Mud. It's the muddiest place in the city. It's that way. And he points further to the east. Down a boulevard that turns into an alleyway that turns into a blind corner.
All right. Well, let's go then.
So Verde looks over to... Is the character's name Crack?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay, he looks over to Crack and he says... he says,
"Hey, did he give any information? Where are we going?"
He did. We're looking for... What was it again? Mud place.
The Land of Mud.
Land of Mud, that's it.
Oh.
Land of Mud.
About time for a bath.
Is this...
I must say, it's nice to have a competent orc on the team now.
he flashes a look quickly to the Minotaur and just kind of just narrows his eyes and just keeps walking.
The Minotaur's staring forward. He can see you in his peripherals, but he refuses to even glance your direction.
Yeah. And as Verde's walking, the axe is sort of just dragging along the floor.
The Land of Mud. I wore my good clothing.
The Grand Boulevard turns into a dark alley, which turns into a blind corner, which leads down a set of steps, which leads to a slightly smaller avenue, which terminates in a T-junction.
So we're in a fork in the road.
There's a fork in the road.
Left
There
or right?
is a single city guardsman, not of your organization, standing in the middle of the road with a set of flags, one red and one green. He holds the red flag aloft.
So Verde notices this guy and doesn't really pay attention to what flag he's holding. He looks... Who's holding the paper now? With the directions?
There isn't a paper with directions. There's a
just
paper
have
with
a
an
name.
address.
The address. I'm sorry, the address. Who has the address paper?
I have it.
Okay. So Verde walks up to him and sort of snatches the paper out of his hand and walks up to the guard and puts the piece of paper in his face. And he says,
Which way? Tell me.
The guard nods solemnly, and without a word, but with monumental willpower, he raises the green flag, pointing down the left street.
and so Verde is convinced that it's to the left, and without looking behind him, he begins walking towards the left.
All right, I'll follow.
Things here in the Land of Mud are strange. I follow.
I think he follows the orc.
Argentus follows.
Picture of Dinky is killing me.
As you walk further, a wretch, clothed only in rags, runs up to Dinky and grabs him like an
ice cream cone.
Like a big gulp.
like a big gulp.
Dinky.
Continue.
Go ahead.
What are you doing wearing a red hat around here? Don't you know? Lord Mud rules over all this place. Your red pointed hat? You're looking to get killed.
Think he gets scooped up. He stares daggers at the, what is it, a wretch?
It's a human, but they look wretched.
Okay. He screams.
Put me down before I devour your children.
No, I'm giving you a warning. You must take off that hat, lest you be confused for Buxton or Buxton.
Okay. Can I just attack anything?
Yeah, you can. You can. There are a few spells you could use here too.
I wanna just Eldritch Blast him right now.
Okay. Is that an attack on your character sheet? It probably should be. Let me see.
Yep.
So
No.
click that.
Okay.
Oh,
No, it isn't.
no, it isn't.
Okay, I'm gonna beat him over the head with a great club.
Okay, you're clubbing this guy.
Yep. So what do I do?
So you see the club on your character sheet? Click it.
Yeah, I click it. There we go.
Okay, so you rolled. The first number is all we care about most of the time. I'll tell you when the second number is important, but it's not important here. You rolled a 3, which has 3 added to it for your strength and 3 added to it for your proficiency bonus. So you got a 9, which is enough to hit this wretch. You club this guy over the head and he goes down like a sack of potatoes, dropping you. How do you land?
Head first.
You land head first. Fortunately, your hat is so rigid that it spears into the ground and you're kind of just sticking out of there like a lawn dart.
Yes.
Halfway between a long dart and a turtle on its back, the gnome rests in the gap between 2 cobbles on the street.
Somebody get me out of here. I warned him.
Argentus helps him.
Think he awaits support.
Argentus helps him out of the ground, lifting him up, putting a foot on him for leverage and pulling him out.
You pull the gnome out with some effort, probably crowning you the king of some small island. You place him back on his feet. Before you is a sprawling district. Roofs of thatch and of tile and of what are those fucking things on roofs called? I forget. Never mind. Shingles. There's roofs with shingles, roofs with thatching, roofs made of tents, all sorts of roofs and buildings of ill repair and, well, the one pervading thing, there's a bit of mud everywhere. Not that much. Honestly, you thought the land of mud would have more mud in it. But we can't get everything we want. Let me get everything set out.
Okay.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, so Verde looks at this person on the ground. Is he dead? Is he out cold? Is he moving?
He's out cold.
Oh, he's out cold. Okay.
Okay, I wanna finish the job.
Okay, you want to hit this guy again with your club?
Wait, so Verde was gonna go and put,
he's helpless.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't
continue, Berda.
So Verde like walks up to him and grabs him by like the tuft of the hair, this wretch, and kind of lifts his head up, and he wants to put the paper in his face to see if he, if he can point him to the address. But he notices at this point that the guy's out cold, and so he just lets his head fall.
Think he looks at Verde and says,
Don't worry, I'll wake him up.
and I want to cast Fireball on his unconscious corpse.
That will use a spell slot, but
Do you mean Firebolt, or are you actually doing Fireball? Oh.
Fireball. Okay. Yeah, you immolate his corpse in an act of extreme overkill.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, there's gonna be a long report about this one.
Holy moly.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Oh, do you save it? No, he's what?
No, he would have to make that, but he's helpless, so he's denied that. He
How close are we
is.
to it?
Everyone has to step back a bit, but none of you are caught in the blast.
Thank God.
You have obliterated this guy's body. He's a shadow on the ground.
Dinky stands over his charred corpse and maniacally laughs.
How did this guy get a job?
Verde grabs aims to grab Dinky from like the top of his from his hat with like his fingers, almost like he's holding like a set of keys, and he tells him like, and he's upset because that guy was supposed to give us directions, so he puts the paper in his face, and he tells him,
What?
He's telling him, like, you're killing everybody. You tell us where it is then. If you know, find the directions to this place.
Well, Dinky.
Did you pick Dinky up?
Yeah, I picked him up from the head, from the hat. I picked him up and I put in the paper in your face, like, fella, you fucking just zapped the guy that was supposed to give us directions. Well, you gotta chill out, or you tell us where it is now, okay? You tell us where it is.
Dinky swings his arms around, staring at Bear Day, and says,
Put me down before you end up like him.
Get directions next time before you kill. Verde has spoken.
All of this is against protocol. This is gonna be the longest report I have to ever write. I hate mud.
Now, is the route like? It's just a hall. Is it kind of like a hallway? There's no way we could get lost. We just keep going straight.
You're going down a street right now. Yeah.
Okay.
The guy pointed a direction down a street, and you're continuing to go down it.
Okay. So Verde drops Dinky, and then he just continues walking straight. He just keeps walking down the place again without looking behind him, looking for a person to ask directions.
Eventually, you come to a particularly crappy looking district. A land of shanties and dirt. You can smell a open fire burning somewhere, and you can see a cloud of smoke in the north of the district. Doesn't look that serious. No one in the street seems particularly panicked. And there's a few people on the street. Mostly goblins. Is everyone seeing the map I've put up?
Yes.
Yep.
I am.
Yes.
Cracker, Birdier, they seem to be your people. Oh, if you could reason with them to find out where we're going, that'd be great.
What the fuck does that mean? They're goblins.
Aren't you a goblinoid?
No.
Oh.
Don't mind that one, he's a coward. Coward.
Oh, I see. I'll keep that in mind.
I am a member of Section 3. We oversee the works of the guard.
So at this moment, Verde throws a cheeky glance to Crack and sort of eyes towards the Minotaur. And he's kind of saying, let's go and like kind of push the Minotaur forward and have him do the talking to one of these goblins. And so now
Crack sort of like nods and sort of like takes a step back behind the Minotaur.
Okay. And so now we make an effort to push him towards the nearest goblin, and we put the piece of paper in his hand.
Yeah, your turn.
You will ask now.
Attention, goblin kind. I shout out over the crowd.
A few goblins turn to look at you.
What's that? I looked down at the sheet. What's the name of the address one more time?
27th and Grand Arthur.
I am with the Town Guard of Bezonia, and I'm looking for the address 27th and Grand Arthur. You are obligated to step forward and tell me where it is.
They all look away from you and walk away.
Where are you staring? Are you like looking at the ground, or are you looking at them where you're like?
I'm staring desperately at the paper, my eyes barely peering over.
Wait! I got ahead of myself. Roll a diplomacy, or what is that in this edition?
I suppose that'd be persuasion, since it's not a deception or intimidation.
Persuade these goblins to help you.
Let me roll that real quick. Where's my? There it is. I don't think you got ahead of yourself. I think that was accurate.
Yeah, they all kind of at the same time turn their heads away and continue about their days.
Okay.
They look busy. It's the middle of the workday. To your left, is the nicest building in the district by far. To your direct left, or well, I guess on the map it's north. The nicest building in the district by far. There's no sign on it. You think it's a residence. In front of you is a bazaar of sorts. A bunch of tents with vendors hawking their wares, various swords and blades festooned about, meat rotating on sticks and all that.
Oh.
Then, to the northeast appears to be a lumber seller, a lumber wholesaler. You can tell by the sign, which has a drawing of a goblin chopping down a tree.
I do the only reasonable thing that a guardsman could. Again, attention all I go through the same spiel, just demanding that they tell me, but while staring at the paper.
While that's happening,
checks.
While that's happening, Verde's like continuously like has the end of the shaft of the axe just like in your back, poking you.
I'm trying.
Could
Do you want to roll again with disadvantage or persuasion check?
Wait.
No,
Could I actually? Could I help him a little bit? Like shout up to the castle, like, you know, in an intimidating fashion. Oi, listen up!
Hey, what are you yelling for?
I think he jumps onto the Minotaur's shoulders and starts waving his flail around.
Listen to him. Say it again. Go on. What's your name again, Hansel?
I'm not supposed to be doing this. I overlook the guards.
I drive the shaft of the axe like more into his back to just kind of goad him on.
Big gross cow tears rolling down his cheeks onto the paper.
Do you want to make another persuasion check?
As he's being brutalized by his group of people. Good. It's slightly
goblins do not give a fuck. They are just. Someone leans out of the window to the building to your direct south and is like, "Hey, keep it down!
You're under arrest.
Can we grab one? Can we make an effort to grab one of them and see if we can use brute strength to get some information out?
Okay. Do you want to attempt to grab a goblin?
Yeah. I want. So he tries talking. They all walk away. He does it again, and the guy sticks his head out the window. Now, does he stick his head out the window so far that there's we can potentially?
No, he's on the third floor.
Oh, okay. Is there anybody around? Is there anybody around to.
There's a goblin not too far out of arm's reach.
Okay, I want to make an attempt. I don't know what we have to roll for that to see if I can grab him.
Okay.
A grapple is normally the grappler's athletics versus the person getting grappled's athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, I'm rolling for the goblin.
Okay, and do I hit the skills? The one on the skills?
Yeah, the one in the skills.
Okay.
The goblin rolled a 1 naturally, so you also rolled a 1 naturally. But the goblin sucks at acrobatics way more than you're good at
Okay.
athletics. So you grab the goblin. He looks terrified, this little green man. No nose, big weird eyes, 2 huge ears, head like a sideways watermelon.
Now, in order to ask him something, now that he's in my possession, do I use persuasion to convince him, or do I, now that he's in my clutches and he's afraid,
intimidation to coerce?
Okay, intimidation.
But what do you want to ask?
I want to ask him, like, where is this address? I want to show him the piece of paper and say, where is it? Because there's all these roads we don't know. Do we go up the road north? Do we go south? Do we continue straight towards that sculpture? I'm hoping that this goblin knows what the address is.
Hey, buddy, you're gonna put me down if you know what's good for you.
So do I
work for Mr. Mud.
The address. Bring it here, Hansel.
I timidly step over, gripping it with both hands, and I go, "Attention, goblin, kind you."
What do I look like? Goblin maps?
We're looking for an address, and we're with the guard. You are obligated legally to tell us where it is.
Well, you're coming out here and grabbing me up. I'm busy. I work for Mr. Mud. He's gonna be upset if I don't get him this stuff.
Verde wants address.
And he starts squeezing him now.
Okay, do you want to make an intimidation check with advantage since you're just holding him?
So I do that on the skills?
Yep.
Yes.
Woo,
and since it's with advantage, you take the highest of the 2 rolls. So you get a 19. That's in the northeast corner of the district. No, you can put me down now, boss.
Okay, and at this moment, he drops him and kind of looks towards the northeast. Now, just a question. So now that I made a move and I rolled, now it's no longer my turn, right? Now everybody.
So right now, we are not in combat. It's free form. Anyone can act when they have an idea. Anyone can make the rolls they want. Just be mindful of what other people are doing and don't like. So yeah, you can do anything you want here.
When he says northeast,
it's still
whatever
your turn.
When he says northeast, whatever direction Verde looks, I'm a Minotaur, so I always know which direction is north, so I immediately turn that way.
Okay, yeah, you know the northeast of the district is over here.
Oh. That way.
He looks back and he notices the Minotaur is facing that way, and so he adjusts his steps. Verde does towards the gaze of the Minotaur, but he sort of gives the Minotaur a glance like, you better keep pace. You better keep pace. All right, and he continues, so he goes in that direction.
Okay, which way do you guys want to go? You come to a fork in the road. There's a path to the north, the east, and the south.
Is the building... Oh, sorry,
this is a lumber mill. It now appears that this is a brewery, this building to your southeast.
Stump's origin story right here.
Right.
Up here is what appears to be a residence. This is the nicest building in the district by far, and it also appears to be a residence. The goblin you dropped actually runs into this building. Over here appears to be a bazaar of some kind, an open-air market.
Those two buildings that are put that on the north side. There's a little narrow passage. Now, are those narrow passages walk throughable or no?
Which narrow passage?
Between the two, yeah, right there.
This
right there,
this is walkthroughable. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can we split up, or do we have to stay in a group?
I would recommend staying in a group, but you can split up. You definitely are
Okay.
allowed to do that.
Dinky watches the goblin run off, and turns to the others.
The goblin runs up this street, up this set of stairs, and goes into this
Into the
door.
building. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said he worked for the Lord of Mud. We need to finish him off so he doesn't tell anybody.
Oh, God.
Dinky chases after the goblin.
Oh, Dinky, no. Oh, no.
Okay. You are chasing a goblin down the street. Make a dexterity check.
How do I do that?
From your character sheet. Let me find out.
Nietzsche, can you make it so we can move our tokens?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had done that. Let me do that.
Do I just press dexterity?
Yeah, if it lets you roll it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the goblin is a bit faster than you and manages to run inside. You watch the door for a few minutes. No one comes out.
So where am I? Over here on the stairs?
Yeah, you're over by the stairs. Let me reveal some of the map.
Can you make so we can move ourselves?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. I have to do them one at a time. You should be able to move now.
All right, we get this far, and when we notice no one's following, and they're actually going into the building.
So you
should we try and dissuade him from killing that goblin?
Yeah, but... Dinky, come back! Oh dear. I think I'm gonna go and grab him. I'll chase after him. I'll be.
And Berdir, go stop him from murdering that goblin.
So what does Dinky see? He ran in and he locked the door?
So you get upstairs here. It is a functioning estate. There are various goblin servants running around, some carrying plates. There's a little goblin door guard. He says, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Okay. Dinky, is the goblin bigger than Dinky?
The goblin is bigger than Dinky.
How big?
This guy's tall by goblin standards. He's at least 4 feet tall.
4 feet? So
He's a towering 4 feet tall.
So Dinky is shoulder length then.
Yeah,
Okay,
Dinky is 3 feet tall.
Dinky looks up and stares at the goblin guard and says,
You tell that goblin to come back out here, or I'm gonna burn this house down.
So is that intimidation?
Yeah, you can attempt to intimidate the goblin guard.
Okay.
Does the rest of the party want to do anything?
I'm just
Like I
chilling,
said,
waiting
I'll
to
be-
see what happens. I'm
running
watching
after him.
Yeah, and I'm
Okay.
watching Crack, and the Minotaur just told me you go too, but I haven't quite made a move just yet.
Okay.
So do I roll for charisma?
Yeah, you roll intimidation, which should be one of your skills.
There we go.
Holy moly.
The goblin is like, "Hey, don't burn down this house now. Don't burn down the house. I'll go see if I can talk to that goblin." And he leaves and goes in the door and brings out a very shaken-looking goblin.
Okay, yeah. Is there any alleyways around?
You're like on the deck of a house, and yes, there are alleyways around.
Okay. Dinky looks around. Okay, so the goblin's in front of Dinky.
The goblin is in front of Dinky.
Did someone bring him out,
Okay.
or did they bring him
okay.
out because they were intimidated?
Yeah, this little goblin has brought this other goblin servant out because
Hmm.
he's intimidated.
Okay, so Dinky tries to grab the servant by the collar.
You can okay. You grab the servant by the collar. He looks afraid.
I don't have to roll?
Yeah, because you're not like grappling him or anything.
Well,
What are you saying?
I want to move him, so
You want to move him? Okay, so
Yeah.
for this you would have to roll.
okay.
Roll athletics.
Athletics.
He rolled a
Uh,
natural 20.
Where is here.
Okay, so he pushes you off of him, and you are on a set of stairs right now. So make a dexterity saving throw as he
I just click
pushes you off
dexterity.
of him. No, there should be a box next to
Oh,
the stats that's saving
saving throw.
throws.
Can I
You
try and catch him?
yes, you can make a I'll let you decide what you roll to try and catch him. Just describe what you're doing and roll something.
I've just arrived at the bottom of the stairs and I see you get like thrown out, basically.
Tumbling
Dinky's
down the
starts to-
stairs like a
Dink-
fucking
Dinky-
football, end over end.
Dinky is letting out grunts as he tumbles.
Oh, ow. Oh, ah.
I'll just dash up the stairs a little bit and like scoop him up. I guess with athletic. I guess.
You catch him like a fucking rugby ball. You 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 grab him in your arms and put him back on his feet. Or
Okay.
well, do you just hold him in your arms?
Yeah, no,
I don't.
I'll put him down, but I'll kneel down and be like, are we done here? Are we done here? Like, you don't need to kill him.
Dinky dusts himself off, staring daggers at the servant. And he so what do I cast magic with? My flail?
Both the guard and the servant have run inside the building. You see the door
my-
slamming shut.
Okay, Dinky runs back up the stairs, back to the door.
The door opens and a towering 6-foot something stands over you.
Something?
Well, you can smell it before you can see it as the door swings
Okay.
open.
Dinky starts sniffing. What does he smell?
Okay, one sec. Let me move some tokens. Move yourself up the stairs a bit. Or, oh wait, no, I can do that.
I did it.
So you're like here. You've opened the
Okay.
door. Wretched hand reaches out and begins to pull the door shut.
So Dinky's sniffing. What does he smell?
It smells like when you first wake up after a bad night and you can smell
Drinking
your
or-
own breath
Oh.
in the mirror. That, but like permeating the air. And the hand kind of effortlessly pulls the door shut.
Okay. And it's 6 foot tall?
It was a big form.
Yeah, Dinky looks up trying to get a better look at the creature.
You see a gnarled a face like something out of a nightmare. Covered in grime, hair matted, eyes just sickly and yellowed, sunken into a malformed skull. This was probably a human at one point, but it's hard to tell. It looks
Dinky-
down at you with apathy.
Apathy?
Apathy.
see. Okay. Dinky looks up and takes his flail out and starts swinging it around, just like a flourish.
Can I help you?
I'm looking for that goblin servant. Bring him out.
Fine. The door closes, and then it opens, and the form of that servant flies out, thrown with great force, landing behind you.
Is the goblin on the ground?
The goblin's dead.
Oh.
His head is facing the wrong way. That's what he gets for causing trouble. Now, if you'll be off.
Dinky looks at the dead goblin and retreats back to the orc. Crack.
Yeah, I think our job is done, Dinky. Unless you want to do something with the corpse.
No. We're finished.
All right, come on, let's go back to the group.
Dinky crawls up on Crack's shoulders for a piggyback.
On your way out, you notice
Crack's not very happy about it, but he lets it happen.
Actually, 2 gnomes. And then you go and rejoin the group.
All right, well, that's dealt with. Come on, let's go to this bazaar or whatever.
Is Crack coming?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I need to move myself up.
Yeah. That's what.
As you walk past the lumber mill, you notice goblins attempting to sort big piles of lumber and struggling with how heavy it is.
I wouldn't describe your actions there as by the book, Stinky.
Dinky turns around and stares at the Minotaur for a bit,
He turns away and just writes in his little notebook.
and he growls.
I mean, technically, he didn't really do anything.
Verde is sort of looks back and he sort of still sees most of them lagging behind, and he's kind of lost his bearing a bit, trying to figure out where's northeast. So he turns around.
Northeast. The man said northeast. Verde wants northeast. That's where we must go.
There's just a bit of a building in the way. We had to go around. He's just
Dinky is still on
way.
Crack's shoulders.
Lead the way.
Then left over here, past the tents.
All right, so you're heading into the bazaar?
Yes.
Yes.
And any of you guys are free to make movements. If you just want to say, I head to the bazaar, or I head to wherever, just say it. And yeah,
Okay, now
I'll get ready.
Verde says,
What took so long? To the other two.
Dinky rubs a welt on his head and doesn't say anything.
You coming into this bazaar, everyone make perception checks.
Can we pass underneath those tents and stuff, or are those barriers?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay.
This whole area is basically open terrain.
Awesome.
Woo!
20. Barbarian sees it all.
All right. Wow, this is a great fucking spread of rolls. Median 5. Okay, so Graham. Okay. Never mind. Sorry, I just saw your name on the screen, so I said it instead of the name I was meaning to say. Berda.
Yes.
This is a bazaar selling all sorts of everything. Everyone notices this part. Everyone notices that this is a complete, uh, you know, sensory overload. It's fucking. There's meat on sticks. There's animal carcasses. You don't know what animal it is. There's vendors hawking various food items. There's a mysterious man selling trinkets and weapons. In the distance, further to the east, you can see a few, what appears to be some blacksmiths laying on the ground, and another blacksmith kind of standing over them. Looks like there's some commotion over there. But the rest of the market seems to be going swimmingly.
Does Verde see anywhere selling books from a library?
There is no one selling books in this market.
Okay.
Yes, there is. You notice the bizarre man with the weapons and the trinkets is selling books.
Can you ping him?
Yes, he's over on this. He's over on this. Ooh, I moved a roof. You can go inside all these buildings, by the way. Yeah,
Okay.
he's over here.
So because Verde sees that, they're over here trying to figure out who are the people that pillaged the library, and he's assuming that if there's any books here, then they probably are selling the books that were stolen from the library that they're investigating. So he comes here and he sees a man and he's standing before like shelves of books. Is that what he's doing?
The man is sitting on a carpet. He has items
On a
laid out
carpet.
in front of them. A menacing looking sword, a shield with razor blades attached to the sides, a stack of dusty old tomes, a bizarre looking crossbow with strange runes engraved on the metal part.
Okay. So Verde knows that he wasn't there when they went to the library. So he's looking around the posse to see who was there and he knows that Argentus and the Minotaur were both there. So he looks that way and he to get their attention, to hit his party's attention. And then when they look, I assume they look towards him. He waves them over with his axe to like
The rest
come
of
here.
the party is being waved over by the orc, who has started yelling.
Dinky is still on crack shoulders.
Hansel was
following.
like looking up at this big statue. Is it anyone in particular? Is it like a
Yes,
like
it's the god of being normal.
Okay, great. Hansel's just staring up at it like, what a weird place for you to be.
Okay,
And then
so
he hears the bah, bah, fucking scream. He quickly runs over, knowing at this point Birdier's a war cry. What? Are you okay?
Go on, ask him. Ask him about the books. What are those books? Maybe they're stolen from the library.
What? What?
Do you want to ask him, son? There's a bizarre man in mysterious robes.
Yeah, no, Hansel's just more confused. Sure.
Hello, traveler. Would you like to sample my wares? Perhaps you need a sword, or perhaps a set of war darts.
My friend here, we're with the guard, you see, and he's implying you stole those books.
These books, I did not steal them. I resent the notion. I am but a simple businessman. I buy and sell things. Wondrous things.
So is there a way for us to gauge whether he's telling the truth? Is there a way to do that?
Yes.
There's insight roll, which will allow you to try and read a person's body
Yes,
language.
you can make an insight check.
May we do that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to do an insight check here.
Oftentimes, you can declare that you want to make a skill check. You can say, I make a perception check, or I make a insight check.
Okay.
Okay, so you got a 15 on that. He definitely seems to be the sketchiest fucker you've seen so far. But like he is just kind of doing the creepy merchant smile.
Yes, and
And
he's sitting on a carpet, and he's sitting on a rug,
he's sitting on a rug.
leg crossed.
You know it.
Yeah. Okay. Is there like a hookah next to him as well?
No hookah. This guy, it looks like this guy travels light.
Okay.
You think he probably wraps all of this. He's wearing billowy robes, but they're
I'm
very
imagining
simple.
like MC Hammer pants, like something. Okay,
Yeah,
billowy robes.
he's got like billowy robes that
there any
hide
animals?
everything about him underneath the neck.
Is there any animals around his little tent?
No, there are no animals around his little tent.
Okay, so Verde, because of the perception check, I have a feeling that he's lying about it. So he takes the piece of paper and he puts it in his, he puts it in this guy's face, and he says,
"Show us how to get here."
Oh, why, that's just a few blocks over. And he raises an old, crinkled finger pointing this way.
Okay, and that piece of paper with that address was found as a leftover in the library, correct?
No. But it is...
Oh, but that's the assumption.
It's... I think Argentus wrote that note.
Okay, so
That's correct.
He looks back, he sees Argentus, and he gives him the paper, and he says, "The man says it's in this direction."
Well, then let us go in that direction.
Why did you have me ask him if he stole the books?
Perhaps they were from the library. That they pillage. They pillage the library. They bring the books here. He sells them, and they profit.
Oh, we kind of killed the Mud Wizard and all his companions.
Is there anything? So they're going to the right of the tent, right? To that little.
No one's made
alley.
a move yet.
Okay. All right.
Can we
Is
get
there anything at the trader's tent that's like open in front of him?
What do you mean?
What he's selling?
Like he's selling a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, but is it just out in the open?
Yeah, it's just out in the open.
Okay.
All right, so he turns to Argentus and he says,
"Why the address? What's the significance?"
The person that was trashing the place, the library, they said that their money was stored somewhere. Not only that, but a wise creature that I met gave me the same address. Whatever money this one was getting paid, it's obviously at this location. And if we can find the money, we can find the person that gave it to him, possibly.
Are you talking about that ape that spoke gibberish?
He was speaking Gnomish.
We're going based on an ape that spoke Gnomish? I thought you had a better connection.
Dinky turns to the two.
I can speak Gnomish.
Speaking of Gnomish, you hear yelling in Gnomish. Straight up just bellowing from this direction. Multiple voices. It sounds like a to-the-death struggle.
Dinky jumps off Crack's shoulders and runs in that direction.
Yeah, let's go check that out.
We are guards, after all.
You see two gnomes in little red hats battling
hats.
fiercely with swords and bucklers, sparks flying off their tiny swords as they deflect off their tiny shields. Their red hats, each with little nicks and scratches of the paint.
Dear God, it's the Red Hat Gang.
Kill you for this! We needed that lumber! I hate you, Buxton! You hear the other gnome yell. It was overpriced! You knew that from the day you met us. This says, I hate you too, Buxton! And they're just wailing on each other's shields. No, it seems they're evenly matched. Neither fighter can get a blow on the other.
Can we play spit?
Buxton. We heard that name before. Buxton. Where they heard Buxton before? From where?
The wretch was saying that
Dinky-
name.
Dinky
Go ahead.
runs at the gnome in front of him and tries to tackle and restrain him.
The other gnome is like, hey, what the hell are you doing? And he kind of staggers back.
Dinky looks up and says,
No fighting in the courtyards.
The other gnome kind of dusts himself off. You tell Buxton that.
Dinky looks down at the other gnome, presumably Buxton, and says,
No fighting in the courtyards.
Listen, don't talk to me. Talk to Buxton. He started this with his overpriced lumber. How are we gonna finish these luxury housing developments without the finest mahogany?
Are you guys part
Let
of the
me up,
Red
let
Hat
me up.
Gang?
Dinky lets him up, but watches him closely.
He dusts himself off. Okay, let's talk about this like gentlemen. We're Buxton and Buxton. And they point to a sign over the door of the building you're next to. And this is one of the 3 buildings that will be part of the Buxton and Buxton luxury housing development.
Mr. Buxton, may I ask a question?
They both say, yes.
What's with all the mud?
That's just a byproduct of the building process. It'll be done once we're out of here.
Thank God it's not.
These are
permanent.
going to be the nicest luxury housing developments in East Bazonia. Would you like a tour?
Tell him to take us to the address.
Do you happen to know this address? The paper, Roger. Just the paper.
His expression kind of drops. Right. The bastard that wouldn't sell. Well, originally the Buxton and Buxton housing developments were gonna include 6 buildings. But the old bastard that runs 25th and Grand Arthur, 27th and Grand Arthur wouldn't sell. So we have to settle for 3. And now we can't even get that done. And he kind of shoots a look over at the statues behind them. It's a whole mess. We'll be lucky just to break even. This is what we get for doing business outside of Gnome Town, Buxton.
This is Gnome Town? There's a lot of goblins here.
No, this isn't Gnome Town. If we were in Gnome Town where the lawns are always green and there's perfect picket fences between every house, oh, we'd be doing fine. But no, we had to come on down to the land of mud, build luxury housing developments.
Well, the address. The address. Show us the
It's
address.
it's just down that behind us and to the right. Keep following that. Go past all the kind of semi-living statues, and you'll hit it. But ooh, careful around the corner to 25th. That Medusa is a bitch.
Medusa?
So Berta just pushes the gnomes, everybody out of the way, and he starts marching forward. And now they're in the alley. Are these statues that we're looking at? What are these figures here?
These are very hyper-realistic statues. These are exceptionally detailed. They even look like they were in motion. Like this is wonderful craftsmanship.
Are they threatening at all?
Dinky.
No, they look scared.
Okay.
Dinky runs
One
and
sec. Stop moving.
Okay.
No, you can keep talking. I'm just gonna be revealing areas. So
Dinky runs and jumps on Birdie's shoulder and taps his head.
Stop moving. He said Medusa. Look at these stone statues, frozen in place. Everybody stop.
Oh, guys. Wisdom.
What are you implying, you little gnome?
I'm implying we take a look around, make sure we're not getting into trouble.
the first thing you notice in this square is a massive pile of furniture just kind of burning.
Ooh, okay. Come on, you're on my shoulders, man. Stay on my shoulders.
Dinky,
okay, so are the statues moving around?
No, the statues are, well,
they're completely
the
still.
statues are completely still.
Okay, statues are completely still. Just naturally, we're intrigued by the fire, so we go stand right by the fire, and it's just furniture burning.
Yeah, it's a lot of furniture. Looks like someone was moving out or in.
Maybe
Didn't like the
to do with the lumber,
decor.
guys. There's lumber. There's something burning. What's going on here?
Dinky's looking around real hard to see if there's anything suspicious. Is
Okay,
that
make perception. Yep.
So I'm pushing Dinky like higher. Now that he's on my shoulders, I've sort of grabbed him from his thighs and lifted him up over my head so he has an even better vantage point, so he can see if there's anything significant that we need to look out for.
You're looking around. How are you perceiving the area, Dinky?
He's looking at roofs. He's looking at little crevices. He's looking for a stereotypical Medusa, like a snakehead woman. He's looking for the source of the statues.
Hansel is walking with both his hands over his eyes and crying.
Okay.
Dinky is staring at everything.
Dinky, first you don't see it, and then you see it. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oof. That looks like to me, guys, that it's like a barrier. It's like in games there's an invisible wall. Like, don't go that way.
The big flame and the one statue precariously placed in the spot next to it.
Dinky,
Yes.
you feel cold for just a moment, and then Dinky gets a lot heavier on your shoulders.
Oh.
Bertha, you look up, and you are no longer holding a gnome, but the statue of a gnome.
Oh, R.I.P. Dinky. Oh, okay. I look up
I,
and
I just want to say, petrification in Dungeons and Dragons is not like a permanent thing. You're not like super dead.
okay.
We don't have restoration, right? We have to find something to cure it. No one has
Yes.
restoration, right?
Um,
Does
might be
anyone have
something back of the bazaar.
restoration?
Afraid not. Maybe there's something back at the bazaar.
For that illness you're catching?
No, for that.
For what? I'm covering
At-
my eyes.
At this moment, I sort of move around and I drop him, and he just falls and just thuds to the ground.
The statue thuds to the ground. It does not break.
And I'm sort of poking it with the shaft of my axe, and just nudging it, and realizing that this thing is.
Is it dead?
You hear the sound of rattling, like a snake's rattle.
Ooh.
And out from around the corner, you begin to see a weave of snakes at head level begin to peer around the corner.
Does Verde
I'm gonna
know?
close my eyes.
Does Verde know that it's a Medusa, and looking at it turns it to stone, or do I have to like do insight for that?
You've
Would I
heard
know
about
that?
Medusas
Okay,
before.
I've heard about that. Okay, so he quickly turns his back to where the noise is coming from to avoid potentially looking at it, and kind of goes towards the other orc just instinctually.
Okay, it's gonna be initiative. So click your character's token, and then on your sheet there should be an initiative button somewhere. I need to grab my handy dandy macro.
So we throw the gnome into the fire.
Peppo,
It
Wow.
could work. You know, I'll use my first turn trying to chisel him out of it.
Can I use Arcana to remember how to cure petrification?
yes,
What's the? Can you explain quickly what initiative? Why we did initiative?
because you're about to be fighting.
Oh, let's go, baby!
And
Fuck.
Berda, you need to click your token before you roll initiative.
I don't know what the token is. Excuse, sorry.
That's your
Your
little guy.
character.
That's your guy.
Oh,
map.
okay. So I do it through the map.
So
Well,
click
you-
on your character when
And then
he's
click
when
initiative.
when he's highlighted and he has a little box over him. Click initiative and then it'll put him on the board.
Did that work or no? It didn't work
That worked.
again.
No, it worked. It worked.
Okay. What's different, guys? Is this the exact same?
At the
Yeah, but now
left-hand
you're in
side,
our
turn
turn
order.
order.
Oh, I see.
Okay, the Medusa rolled pretty good.
So if Jimmy had rolled a higher Constitution, he wouldn't have been stoned.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I like that. There's actual threats in the game.
Yeah, I got fucked with my roll.
Yeah, you rolled really bad. All right, so that's everyone in order. It's this Medusa is creeping out of here. Wait, Hansel, you know it's coming, but it's not yet in view.
Oh, get this help! I raise my gun and I'm basically pointing it at the back of Crack's head right now. Because I'm still covering my eyes and crying as I'm pointing my gun in that direction.
Crack is unaware because he's got his eyes closed as well.
Where is it? Where is it?
I don't want to look at it either. Eh.
I'm gonna pull back the hammer on my flintlock and hold my action to attack if I hear it's rattling, get closer.
Okay.
Now, can we look around to see if there's some sort of mirror or glass that we can look through? Is that a thing, or or we just move straight into the fight?
You could do that.
Might be reflections of the windows.
Yeah.
There are a few windows around that are providing
what I'm-
some reflections.
Because what I'm thinking is, so we're gonna start a fight, and that means we're all gonna be rolling like attacks. But it does aim matter because the Minotaur is pointing.
It is harder to hit something when you are not looking at it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
mechanically.
disadvantage on my attacks. Basically.
Oh, okay. All of us are gonna have
Um,
disadvantage, right? Because none of us can see.
Yeah, the thing with things like Medusas and Basilisks is at the start of your turn, you basically choose like, I'm going to look at it and risk the saving throw, but be like have normal attacks, or I look away, I don't make the saving throw, but I have disadvantage on my attacks, kind of thing.
So I can bear to look at it, roll a high Constitution, and just strike without disadvantage.
Yeah, potentially,
Yes.
but you could also get turned to stone doing that.
If you roll bad
Interesting.
enough, you will be turned to stone instantly.
As a
Okay.
barbarian, though,
Oh,
you have
that's such a
reckless
risk.
attack, which counters the disadvantage. You'd be rolling normal rolls if you reckless attacked, but it would be rolling like advantage against you. Also, at the end of my turn, I'm going to bonus action. Oh, just figure something out, please. I'm helping him with my mastermind feat, so he has advantage on whatever he does.
I'll try. Okay. Something. It's
That's
the
my
Medusa's turn.
Medusa.
Okay. The Medusa. You can't see it. You're all avoiding its gaze, but you can hear it slithering across the ground.
Oh, fuck.
That activates my attack. I'm going to shoot Burner in the back.
Okay.
Oh,
You're shooting Berta in the back.
I'm just firing in that direction that I hear it coming from, which I'm gonna just go canonically in order. It's Berta first.
Okay.
You're a
All right,
make an
fucking
attack.
bastard.
Boom!
You hit him with your pistol.
Oh, you
All right.
bastard! How much life do I lose?
You're not taking sneak attack because you don't have you don't meet the criteria of, but you are taking
Jesus
10.
Christ.
Jesus, Boggs.
I'm sorry.
You hit
You're a
him. You
fucking
hit Berta
bastard.
for 10.
I covered my eyes the moment Medusa got mentioned. I've been crying. All right, I don't know where I am.
All right.
Bang!
Okay. So as soon as what happens to my HP now?
We're in turn order. So
Okay.
you take 10 damage.
Oof.
And the
My
Medusa
God.
So
is gonna
I lower my
attack.
hit points to it's at 56. I just move it to 46.
Yeah.
Okay. Boom.
You can also record it in the little red circle above your character. So the Medusa is gonna make 3 attacks on.
Oh my God. It has fucking multi-attack.
On Davy. On Crack. Okay, so all 3 of these are at +5.
I like how we're all just lined up, ready to
That
die.
definitely hits. That
Okay.
definitely hits.
Wait, was that 2 or 3? Okay.
The last one doesn't hit.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
Sorry, 1 sec, I'm missing. So it hit with its it hits with its sword twice, but its snakes do not manage to catch you. So you are going to take 2d6 plus 4 piercing damage. God damn, you take 16 damage.
$16. Okay.
Fucking
And the Medusa
Christ.
rears back, preparing for another attack. And it's your turn.
I'm gonna open my eyes and
You're gonna open your eyes.
yeah, and take the risk.
Okay, roll a Constitution saving throw.
13.
13. Uh,
Oof.
Okay.
Uh,
okay, you are restrained currently, but you can still act.
Yeah, restraint just means I can't move, right? I can still.
Yeah, and you have disadvantage on your attack rolls.
his feet are turning into stone.
Your feet are turning to stone.
Okay. Right, well, I will take an attack with my battle axe. Ooh, natural one.
Okay, yeah, you do not. You kind of clip the statue next to you, cutting off one of its arms.
Ouch.
But the Medusa remains unharmed.
I use my bonus action to activate my second wind and getting a little bit back. I roll a hit dice. 9 plus something, I think, for second wind.
Mm-hmm.
9 plus my fire level, so I heal for 14. Nice.
Oh, 14. Okay, that's great. And is that the end of your turn?
That would be, I can't move, so yep, that's the end of my turn.
God damn. Okay, Bertha.
When the statue gets cleaved, is it stone all the way through, or
It's
is there
stone
flesh
all the way
underneath?
through.
Fuck. Okay.
So, when I get shot, my eyes open, and I catch a glimpse of, and I kind of stumble to the floor. I kind of like fall to my knees when the bullet hits me from the back because it's, it did so much damage. And when I stumble, I'm on all fours for a second, and I notice the feet of the Medusa. And does that turn me into stone?
No.
And do I have to do a Constitution
Ooh.
throw for that?
You have not looked at it yet.
Okay.
So right now, your attacks would have disadvantage against it because you're not fully taking in its form, but you also don't have to make the saving throw.
Okay, now since I'm there, I decide that I'm gonna make a move for its legs, and I pick up my great axe, and I'm gonna go all out here with my most powerful attack, and I'm gonna do a frenzy.
Okay, you're gonna fly into a rage. First, you gotta move a bit just to be in a position where you can hit it. And you're gonna fly into a rage and use your frenzy ability.
So I click frenzy right now?
Yeah, what does frenzy do?
Okay, so it's starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you go into a frenzy when you rage here. And it says when you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so, oh, I'm sorry, hold on. It disappeared. I clicked on it and it disappeared.
What frenzy allows you to do is attack a 3rd time in your turn. Now that we're 5th level, your attack action will do 2 swings, and then frenzy would let you do a 3rd one, but you'll have exhaustion at the end of your.
Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah. So,
Okay, so you fly into a frenzy and make you can make 3 attacks.
So what am I clicking here? I'm clicking Great Axe 3 times?
Yes, and they would have disadvantage, but then because does reckless attack have the you're reckless attacking, right?
No, I'm frenzying.
Can you frenzy and reckless attack at the
Yeah,
same
you can
time?
do both.
Yeah.
If he wanted to, he could declare them to be reckless.
It says
Yeah,
when
if you
rage
declare
ends,
them-
however, you suffer a level of exhaustion.
Yeah. So when you reckless attack, you will cancel out the disadvantage on your attack rolls, and you won't have to make the check. Otherwise, if you don't want to have disadvantage, you'll have to look at her, which will force you to make the check.
No, I want to just strike with frenzy and reckless.
Okay. So roll 3 attacks.
So click Great Axe 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Oh. What awful
What
rolls.
the fuck were those rolls, man?
I just realized I should have had a second attack as well. I forgot about extra attack.
If you want to roll that now, that's fine. Yeah. That also misses.
Oh
man,
man,
you
this
can't.
bitch is hard to kill, man. Ferrets.
Okay. Ferrets, level to 5, then jump in. Okay. It is now Argentus's turn.
Wait, so
No
when I swing, I do no damage, huh?
You whiffed.
Okay, I whiff. Now it says
This statue next to you is destroyed now.
Okay, so I
You
missed.
could move
okay.
into that square if you wanted. You have destroyed part of the terrain.
Now, just one question before you guys move on. If it says I suffer exhaustion, so that means I'm just stuck here at its feet?
Exhaustion
No.
is its own specific mechanic. I don't think it's gonna kick in until the end of the fight.
Yeah.
You'll get some like penalties for being
Gotcha.
tired.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an adrenaline crash. So after this
Gotcha.
fight, you're gonna crash. Argentus, it is your turn.
All right, everyone, rack your brains. How the fuck do we cure petrification? Think about your training. Quick, all of you.
Everyone can make intelligence checks. You all have been through the academy. Or, well, you at least read the handbook. Some of it. Certain chapters.
14, baby.
Maybe a page or two.
Better
In
they coming
Crack's
through.
case, he couldn't really read it.
Fuck.
they gave Crack the notebook, the regulation book in Gnomish. They gave him the Gnomish version. Berda, you remember somehow in your misfiring brain, 2 neurons connect in the middle of your rage. Or wait, does he have disadvantage on mental checks because he's in a rage?
I
Or
had
no?
a
You have -1.
no, I
But,
did frenzy,
okay,
not
yeah,
rage.
you.
Or it is the
Yeah,
same.
frenzy is an aspect of rage. It's a
Okay,
modifier for your rage. You remember your training. You gotta get this guy to a powerful cleric or wizard. Or alternatively, find an anti-Medusa bottle.
Okay, so as Berde is on the floor there and Argentus screams that
Are you
he's
still on all fours?
yeah, I'm just panting on all fours, just like with the bullet in my
Okay.
back. I swung and I'm just exhausted. So my head is down, and that way I'm not looking at the thing. And
Mhm. You're in
when
a low
Argentus-
stance.
Yes, and when Argentus screams that, like you said, these 2 neurons, the only 2 left in my brain, connect, and
A cleric, a wizard.
what was the last one?
Just then you hear, "Did someone call for a wizard?" The man from the market comes strolling down the alleyway to you, Argentus. I happen to be a wizard of some unimaginable and extreme power here.
Wizard, do you have a potion of anti-Medusa petrification potion?
Why,
Minor,
yes, I
major.
might, but it might be a bit too powerful for you. What can you offer me in return?
This is no time for games, wizard. I need your most powerful potion.
No, this is time for games, and if you want my most powerful anti-petrification potion, what will you give me? Wait, I already know what I want. I want you to ruin the Buxton and Buxton luxury housing development. It's getting in the way of my rug that I sell little items off of.
All right. I'll use the next 6 seconds to ruin the Buxton and Buxton housing
It doesn't
development.
have to be now. It can be any
No,
time.
I'll do it
You
right
see,
now. I'll do it right
actually
now, but you
put
have to-
this Medusa here
Why? Why?
to prevent construction on the Buxton luxury housing developments.
Can you tell it to stop?
No, Medusas are quite headstrong little creatures.
All right. I'll destroy the houses, but you're going to go over there and cure that
Quick!
gnome.
Check behind your ear. He kind of giggles and looks very impressed with himself.
Argentus reaches behind his ear.
You pull out a small vial of a shimmering blue liquid.
Okay.
And he kind of flies back as if he's been pulled on a wire.
I hate him. I hate Marketman.
Hansel, my turn is more important than yours. Catch. I'm gonna drop the vial
Yeah,
as
you
a free
drop-
action. How do I want to do this? I don't have to look at the Medusa. I look at its feet to roughly see where it is, and I bring my hands close together, like I'm palming a basketball, and with two hands, like I'm holding a basketball, and fire begins to brew, sphere, spinning quickly in my hands. Out from under my shirt, that demonic hand crawls up my arm and joins in, building it even larger than Argentus could just by himself. The fire grows and it stops growing and it bursts and it's bright, and the demonic hand, Argentus grabs it by the wrist, does a hammer throw, spins around, tosses it like a shot put towards the housing development, trying to explode it above the Medusa.
Okay.
Casting fireball and destroying the houses at the same time.
Okay, yeah, you position it in such a way that it would catch the house and also the Medusa, and not, I imagine, Berda and your restrained companion? Or
that's the hope.
Is
that's
friendly fire? Okay.
It could friendly fire them, but I'm trying to not friendly fire them.
You hear yelling from around the corner as two gnomes charge around the building, screaming obscenities.
Oh, now we gotta deal with the fucking gnomes. Okay, so the character...
and the fireball.
The character does get...
reflex saving
a reflex saving throw.
For half. Let's
half
see
it.
if this Medusa can cut it.
Can't cut it. It needed a 15.
Medusa couldn't cut it.
So that's
Oh,
35 damage. And
35.
can I destroy this fucking house?
Hey, you blow the second level off of this, off of at least this part of the building, leaving just like a chunk of a second level up over here. But the rest of it is just, you get the sense these weren't built very sturdily. You know, a well-built building should really have held up to a fireball better than this.
I thought
But
these were
as
made
you're
of
just
mahogany.
watching this rain of splinters fall on everything, yeah, it doesn't look like these were great.
All right. I'm gonna bonus action. Push. Push box. Oh wait, no. I has to pick the thing up. Never mind. I was gonna bonus action push him a little bit, just to fuck with him. No. End of turn.
High Mount.
All right.
There's a file on the ground.
High Mountain very gingerly crouches to his knees so he doesn't shatter it and is tapping around the ground until he fucking finds it. I have it. Do I drink it? I pop the
give it
cork
to
off.
him. Give it to him.
I on all fours. I crawl over. I accidentally knock this statue down on my way there.
It shatters.
I
to a
pour it
million
into I
pieces.
pour it on the gnome's face near his mouth. I don't know if he got frozen with his mouth open.
Gnome.
He did.
He did. It was a shock. It was
Then
quite
I
a
pour it
shock.
into his open mouth.
You pour it into his open mouth, and Dinky, what's it? You
Dinky.
feel feeling return to you. If you could click your token and then on your character sheet roll initiative. and we can get you in this fight.
Where's my character sheet?
It's
Can I just do
in
it
the
how I was
journal.
doing before?
Yes.
Roll. What was it again?
Initiative.
Initiative. You mean insight?
Initiative.
Right,
So
it's right
initiative
at
is
top
going to
next to
be.
your armor class.
That's right.
Oh yeah, it's right next to your class.
Make sure your character's highlighted. Yep, you got it.
Okay, 3. Okay, I'm gonna say that cost you. Okay, feeding a potion to someone is an action, so that did take your turn. High mount.
I will stand up once it's done, and God, I look back at Argentus. I peer through my fingers and give him a thumbs up.
Good job.
And then I see down the alleyway 2 fighting, screaming gnomes running towards us, and I move my last bit over here away.
Okay.
Argentus seeing him running away, he looks back and sees the gnomes. Well, fuck.
All right, that's my turn though.
The
I
gnomes
should've
are
missed
just
these steps.
screaming. It's the Medusa's turn. The Medusa goes to strike.
Oh no.
It's gonna keep swinging at Crack with its swords.
So the Medusa has a sword in hand?
The Medusa has 2 swords.
Okay, dual wielding.
Dual wielding. Does a 15 hit?
No.
Okay. Here comes the second sword swing as it tries to get you on the backswing. Does a 17 hit?
No.
Oh!
Nice.
Damn.
And then as it's focusing entirely on hitting Crack, its hair seems to move with a will of its own over to attack Verda.
Oh no.
And it horribly misses. It doesn't
Well,
even
yeah,
it doesn't even come close to you. And now it is Crack's turn. You are slowly turning to stone.
I mean, I guess I'm just gonna close my eyes because I've already got disadvantage somewhere. Also, it does it happen
Yeah, it
again?
doesn't-
Wait, do I get to make a save or something at the start of my turn, or is that not?
At
for this?
the end of your turn.
Oh.
Oh wait,
Should I
so
make one then?
So would looking
me see.
away even matter now, or can he just look and fire?
He can just look now.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but it'd still be at disadvantage anyway because I'm restrained.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just take 2 more battle axes. 11. Ooh, 26.
Woo!
26 will hit it, and so okay, yeah, 26 will hit. Roll damage.
It'd just be 10. It wouldn't be the +7. I think it's rolled the crit there. Was it?
Yeah, it rolled for the crit, so just use the first one.
Okay, 10 damage.
Very nice.
Can we see Medusa's health or?
So normally we
No.
don't see the health. We, depending
Oh,
on
shit.
how the DM plays it, you will notice when they're bloodied, when they're really badly damaged. That gives you a signifier of when they're low health.
This
Sorry,
creature is not yet bloodied, but it is hurt. It has a bunch of burns. Its hair is singed at the ends. The snakes look rather toasty. And now there's a big gash in it from where you hit it with the battle axe.
That crit does actually go through because I've got improved critical, which lets rolls of 19 be crits as well.
Oh, okay.
So it takes 17.
17 damage. Nice.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna pop my action surge now because I might get turned to stone anyway.
Swing, baby.
And yeah, just another 2 attacks.
Oh,
another one.
And another crit too. Fuck.
Another one.
12 more.
All we do is win.
And 19.
Another hit.
Yeah, that should hit.
Roll damage again.
So 9 it was. So 12 plus 9, 21.
21 damage in total.
For the second round of attacks, yeah. For the first
Okay.
one, it was
38,
17.
38 total, isn't it?
Yeah,
38 total.
Ooh, nice.
38
Second round of
damage you did?
attacks was 19 though, right? Or
70. Sorry.
seven.
No, the
21.
first.
I've
Yeah,
already
21.
added the. Okay, 21. Sorry.
Jesus.
It was
You've
17
done
and 21.
73. Okay, the team has done 73 damage to this thing. That was a
Woo!
respectable round of damage. That's the power of being a fighter.
Do I need to make a save
Yes,
now?
make a Constitution saving throw.
If he fails, is he?
Ooh.
50.
Oh,
no,
you
it's
make
9.
it!
Nice.
Your feet are returning to flesh. You are no longer restrained. You have beaten this creature in a battle of wills.
Yeah.
Nice.
Berda, it is your turn.
Okay, now, can I look upon this thing with? Because I'm in a frenzy. Or is
You'll
the
have to
frenzy
make
over?
a Constitution saving throw. Your frenzy is not over until your rage ends.
Okay, and my rage.
You're in
lasts
let me say this. You are in a frenzied rage. So you're in a rage. It lasts as long as your rage normally lasts, but it's also frenzied.
Okay.
Rage normally lasts 1 minute, or if you don't attack or get attacked within like a round.
Now I'm close enough where I know where this thing is. See its
Mhm.
movement. I watched Crack as he took a swing at this, and the battle instincts are surging through me. I pull out the great horn and I blow into it.
Mm-hmm. You
I
bellow
blow
out
into
on the
this thing,
horn of what was it? What was it?
The horn of Fenborg.
The
was
horn of
something with a B.
Fenborg.
I below the horn of Fenborg, I take the axe and I yank it back as far as possible, and then I make a strike. So
You make 3 attacks, and if they're reckless, you don't have disadvantage on them.
boom, boom. Ah.
No, this
Okay,
is-
you hit 3 times. So roll damage 3 times.
Oh!
Okay, now wait, what does that mean? Roll damage.
So right next to in on the far right side of the weapon, you see how there's like 3
Yes.
sections for the weapon?
Yeah,
On the far right side of it, there should be something like a
slashing.
D12 or something.
Yeah, 1d12 plus 3.
Yeah, click that button 3 times.
Just so you know, you can actually just click on the chat where it says Great Axe. And
Oh, you
Oh.
can?
I
Okay.
didn't know that.
I had no clue. Okay, so you do a total of 26 damage.
Is that good?
Ooh. That's good. That's
pretty
good.
That's pretty
That is
good.
good.
Yeah. Okay, as I strike, is any part of the body falling to the floor? Like, do we notice that we're doing damage here?
Yeah, you're doing damage here. Not so much body parts, but there's weird gray blood spitting at you.
Okay, and now it's all over my clothes. Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it. You know what it looks like? Wet plaster. It feels like wet plaster. It kind of hardens on your clothes too, like plaster
Amazing.
of Paris. Ferris will get you in after this fight. So it is now Argentus's turn.
Everyone looks like they're handling that. I gotta focus on getting flanked by these little gnomes. Argentus looks towards them. What are they doing?
They're kind of huffing and puffing at you. They're moving closer. They've got their chests out. They're doing a big walk. If they could have Oakley sunglasses on right now, they would. And they are just doing a big, like, you messed with a big dog walk up to you.
Now, wait a minute. You're blaming me for this?
Yes.
But it's not my fault. It's their fault. Argentus is gonna step down and point towards Medusa.
They both look. Okay, here are the rolls.
Oh, he's turning
Deceive them,
in-
Argentus. Deceive them.
Oh, interesting.
One gnome immediately turns to stone, and the other gnome looks over at him and says, "Buxton!"
I shrug my shoulders and I give a cheeky grin. If this one tries to attack me, I'm gonna hold an action to Misty Step, but that's it.
He looks thoroughly more concerned with the other Buxton.
All right, end of turn.
Okay. It is now Dinkle's turn. Dinky's
Dinky.
turn.
Dinky regains. He can move now. He's fine. He's good. Dinky's
He's
good.
fine. Dinky's
Okay.
good. Dinky's a real boy again.
Kill him.
Dinky gets on all fours and starts crawling towards bed. Not looking
Okay.
at Medusa.
What
I
a
don't know
freak.
what it is with getting on all fours today, but yeah, you move over
He's
to
doing it to
Berta.
look
You
at the
can move
ground.
your-
He's looking at the ground.
Okay.
I can
You
move.
can also
can't
just
be on
look
all
down.
fours,
You're
man.
like 3 feet tall. Yeah, you can move
Yeah,
your
well-
guy. Where do you want to be?
Behind bed. I like that. He's good.
Okay.
He's good right there.
Okay.
Dinky cowers behind Beda and he's going to. Let me look. He can't see Medusa right now. He's just gonna take a pot shot. And he casts magic with his flail, doesn't he?
He
Doesn't have,
can.
like, a
He can
staff?
cast magic however you want him to cast magic.
He can just do it with his hands then.
Mm-hmm.
And what's it called? My Eldritch Agonizing Blast. I don't have that in the attack menu. So how do I use that?
1 sec. Let me pull up your Eldritch Blast and add it to your character sheet.
Yeah, I need Agonizing Blast and Eldritch Spear.
So,
Blade.
Eldritch Blast, I believe, is going to be your attack roll. You're proficient with it, and it's based on charisma.
Based on charisma, that's right.
And then your damage should be a D10 plus your charisma modifier.
So how do I do that?
Let me. You can roll a d20 from the dice roller on the left-hand side. I'm trying to add this spell in here.
I added something.
Okay, so you rolled a 19, you hit. So your damage is d10 plus your charisma modifier.
So I rolled D10 and then roll charisma.
We add your charisma modifier, which is
Okay.
3. So
So
you do
13.
yes. 12 damage.
Yes, 12.
Okay. This thing looks like it's on its last legs. Hansel Highmount, it is your turn.
I'm not gonna do it right now, but I need to remember that I've got this because it's even more damage. I'm not gonna do it though. I'm not gonna roll it. Go on, Hansel.
I'm stumbling. I nearly knocked down that statue as I push past it. And then I hear the creature roar out in pain. I pull back the hammer on my gun. I point it in that direction while looking at the wall in front of me, and I go, "Please don't kill Birdir." And then I fire my gun at. I'm gonna fire it at the Medusa from here.
Okay.
10. I hits the building that's falling apart.
Okay, yeah, the shot goes wide, hits the building that's falling apart, snaps some boards.
But aim for her stupid snake body. Right, cleave her down the middle. I heard the connection is weak. And none of that's true, but I'm giving you the help action. So you'll have an advantage on your first attack.
Who's
Wait,
that
but-
to?
It's crack next though.
Oh, you know what? I'll trust the new guy. Crack. I say that to you, Crack. I give you that lie, but it helps you. You want to aim there, so now you'll have advantage on your first attack.
All right.
Okay, the Medusa, noticing how injured it is, flies into a rage. Its hair once again attacking Berda, and its two short swords swinging, trying to find purchase in Crack. The first one will be the hair. Does an nope, that doesn't hit Berda.
29 doesn't hit.
No, so these are 3 rolls. I've just done it shorthand.
Yeah,
okay,
it's,
gotcha.
if it has a +5, this is a 12, 18, and 14.
What's your AC, Crack?
18.
18.
With a
Okay.
shield.
So it hits you once with one of its short swords, doing a d6 of damage
Bear is
plus 2.
playing like a big cowardly
So it does
guy.
4 damage to you.
Okay.
Slashing.
You cheeky little bitch.
And then it's your turn.
$16. Does that hit?
16 will hit.
5 slashing damage. And my second attack would be the natural one, unfortunately.
Alright, you hit it. And then on the backswing, your axe catches on the burning building, tearing through a beam. Berda, it is your turn. This thing is not looking good.
Berda is just doing what he does best. It's time to strike again. With the only strike I know, my reckless frenzy attack. I take the great axe one more time, and I just start swinging it above my head like a tether ball, and it just. But it's the axe, and I go and then I make 3 strikes again. So here goes nothing. Oh, those are terrible, aren't
You
they?
have to roll attack.
I was clicking.
Those are damages.
Okay, let me start over. All right, I swing, and there you
Those
go.
would be terrible rolls if they were
Opa.
attacks. Okay,
Oh.
that one hits. That one misses.
Yeah.
That one hits.
Okay, and then so I do 2 now, right? Two
2
slashes.
damages, yeah. Okay, you cleave this thing in fucking half,
Yeah. Let's
Nice.
go, baby.
and it falls apart. Stone fucking dead. You've
That was
defeated
combat
the
over?
Medusa. Combat is over. There's a gnome
So we can-
crying over a statue over here. There's a dead Medusa.
So we can go
There's
back
a
to moving.
statue in ruins here and here. Yes.
Dinky, what does Medusa look like right now? Cleaved in half?
Yeah, 2 parts.
They're standing over it as
Okay.
well.
Berda?
Dinky. Yes, go ahead.
I was gonna
Fair
say, while
debt?
everyone's standing around it, there's just a third gunshot. I just hit the wall above it. I still have my eyes covered.
She's dead.
Oh, okay. I must have killed her.
Dinky does a cheeky little dance over Medusa's body and tries to cleave its head off as a trophy.
Okay, you take the Medusa's head as a trophy.
And he straps it around his waist.
I like the idea of you doing that with a flail.
Now he's got a dagger.
Okay. So you take this Medusa's head as a trophy. Berda, you begin to feel your muscles get way heavier. As the rage within you dies down, you feel exhausted, terribly tired.
So he drops the axe. It falls to the floor. He sort of takes a knee, and he's just there huffing and puffing and panting. And then he just falls and somehow stumbles with his back on the ground, looking up at the sky and just noticing the flames kind of over to the right of him, and the half broken building to his left, and then the Minotaur whimpering in the corner. And he just sort of closes his eyes, trying to and he's just lying there exhausted. And he tells Dinky,
That's how it's done.
Dinky looks at the stumbling Bearder and says,
Maybe you should rest, my big friend.
I can go no further.
oh,
How many points of exhaustion did he take?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening now.
So you have one point of exhaustion, I believe. And with 1 point of exhaustion's really tough. You get a disadvantage on your ability checks.
Okay.
Until you finish a long rest.
Okay. With that, I gotta get going now. I got some stuff set up with Edgar, so I think this would be a good time for Verde with his exhaustion just to lie there on the floor.
All right. Berda falls into a deep sleep from which he cannot be woken.
All
Dinky
right.
throws a blanket over him.
Thanks,
GG's.
Dinky.
GG's, guys. GG's.
Thanks for coming.
No, hey,
This was
thanks for
awesome.
having me.
Take it easy.
Yeah. See you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we bring Ferrets in now?
Yes,
Break
we can.
ferreted. I also need to step away. I don't know if I'll be back before, but if I can be back, can I just walk back in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm sorry. I gotta go, guys. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Bye, Green.
Bye.
Take it easy, bud.
Guys, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being around, man. I had fun playing Kerbal Space Program, man. I think I might do that again another time. I really enjoyed playing Kerbal Space Program, but I actually really have to run really badly. Bad. Oh, I accidentally pinned a message. Guys, everyone have a great night. I really enjoyed Kerbal Space Program, man. I might do that again. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But thank you, everybody. Let me raid Nietzsche so you guys can continue if you want to keep seeing it. Thank you, everybody. Darth, Ben, Mantracore, Darth, again, Osimo, Thugcats, Ben. I feel like I'm saying all these names twice. Have a good night, everybody.